Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. There's flying pawns coming at me in chat, along with what is this? It's a gerbil with like a Super Mario World 3 thing on its head. I don't know what the Twitch though. It's Pride Rise is what it is, and then, you know, me having mercy wings. Mercy though? Really? Me? I don't know. Thinking more about burning everything down and not giving a fuck. But, I mean, however you want to represent me. Hello, little magnets in Westlake. Welcome. Hey, to whatever it is that we do here. I'm totally awake, as is apparent by everything about me right now. Yeah. Not even still, like, clearing the phlegm from waking up. We're in Kerbal today, is, you know, as a change from the usual. Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to click all the wrong buttons. Oh, it's going to be a bad day. We already know it's going to be a bad day for building and assembling things. Wait a second, there we go. Power of the, yeah, definitely purple flames. I'm going to contaminate the surface of whatever it is that I'm burning everything down with a certain number of chemicals that probably will produce a very brilliant flame right before everybody starts to suffocate and die. Importantly, though, I woke up, as I do not infrequently. I mean, on the days whereupon I wake up with a song in my head, there is something of a likelihood that it will have Elastica involved in it for some reason. I don't know if you're familiar with the band Elastica, that I believe was 3 women, 1 man, British band, Elastica. This is 90s, kind of, 90s. You guys remember the 90s? It was before everything went to hell. I mean, things were... No, I mean, they were... Before it all went to hell, we don't recall that anymore, but Elastica. And woke up and I searched song Drivelhead, you know, just to, like, get myself up for the live stream, Drivelhead. And then it pulls up the song, which isn't called Drivelhead, it's called Line Up. Line up in line is all I remember. Oh, how the favors have changed. So I looked that up, and it's like, yeah, all right, that's helpful, yeah, sure. And then it goes on to the next song, and just, you know, I'm Google Music, you know. And by the way, I do recommend paying YouTube the money to have Google, whatever they call it now, Google Red is what it was called when I signed up, and they changed the name because then they realized RedTube and YouTube Red. Yeah, because it gets rid of all the advertising on YouTube, and it also actually helps to support creators more than they would get from advertising revenue and things like that. So for your own convenience, for your own enjoyment of YouTube properties, just pay them the $9 a month or whatever it is, $9.99 or something like that, and then you get the free musics. I mean, you just listen to pretty much anything that existed on the music. And I'm not trying to pimp for YouTube. I'm just saying I do that. So I'm playing the music, line up in line, Elastica, and then it goes on to the next song. And what is it? I'm doing this as I just, like, woke up and trying to, like, yeah, and get going, because it was about a half an hour ago. Welcome to the stream, everybody. And what does it play? Of course, it's waking up and getting up has never been easy. Whoa, I think you should know. Whoa, I think you should go. Get a cup of tea, put a record on. It's like, that's what I just did. Elastica. How did you know? I wasn't intending it either. Like, it genuinely made me smile, because I wasn't intending. I don't think about it like that. Like, you know, oh, what a lovely day. Like, I need to wake myself up. It was just, I wake up, I got a song in my head, I go find the song, play it. Get it out of my head so I can get the day started. What a time to join. Hello, Noah Crowd. Just dropping by to say Happy New Year. Don't think I did that yet. Yeah, you didn't, you son of... I mean, thank you. Nice to... Happy New Year to you, too. I have YouTube Red, totally worth it, because I hate ads, but I also love directly supporting my favorite creators. Yeah. And they never advertised it the way that I told them that they should, which is, you know, make a point of that, because the math tends to work out that you'll spend more time on these channels, like... The fraction of a penny that the creator would get from the advertising revenue is far outweighed by the fraction of a penny, which is a larger fraction of a penny. No, the actual potential whole cent or more that a creator will get as their 50% cut or 45 or whatever the fuck it breaks down to cut of the $9.99 that you give them a month. So yes, I do recommend that quite thoroughly. Today, in Kerbal, we're back into our career mode play, day 24. We've almost been here a month. Or 2 years and 2 days. We've almost been here. Day 24, we've been doing a whole bunch of builds here between my Kerbal launch art system, which propels Kerbals. You sit in a little bike seat and we throw you down at the surface. We can do it from Minmus heights. We can do it from 46 million miles away from Kerbin, slap you into the atmosphere with no, like, directly at the ground. Like, not directly at the ground, just falling straight in. But, you know, not with like a 32-kilometer re-entry, no, a 0-kilometer re-entry. We could throw you from there in this tiny little wee babby, quarter of a ton weighing thing, and you'll be fine, and you'll come down, and you can actually pop your parachute and fly it as a paraglider when you get home. It's fucking awesome. It took me like four live streams to get it to where I like it. But we've got it. We've assembled a rig. I could be showing you things as we do it. We've assembled a rig to attach it to a space station, because the whole thing was that we're going to start building our space stations now. I was going to build one around Kerbin to start, and then we'd move to Minmus eventually, and then probably back up to the moon to put in like a hotel. Because who wants to go to the moon except for fucking tourists that don't understand how goddamn boring it is? We're going to have like line dancers and just a big band on just try to keep people interested in some way. Science bullets and Mark IIs and Mark IIIs. Wait a second. Science bullet. Launch art quick loader Mark 1. So this is, yeah, look at how packed that is. This is 12 of our launch art Kerbal return systems packed onto a single, you know, something in here. Single construction that are robotically operated, that when we're ready to go, we reach in and we unlock it, and then we target angle it down, and then we can pop them out and, you know, have a Kerbal in the seat, pop it out, then you reach down here, extend your tail, get on your retrograde, burn some of this monoprop that it's got on it. See, that's all that it's got on it is monoprop. Each one of these things weighs like 1/3 of a ton or less. I can't remember at this point. Less than 1/3 of a ton is what each one of them weighs. And then you just ride that sumbitch to home. From anywhere within the Kerbin planetary system. Target angle, fold you back up. Yeah. So it's a nice tight 12-pack quick loader, with my idea being that, you know, to refill this thing once you're out, you just bring a whole nother platform up and attach it. You know, you discard the old one and put a new one up. You don't want to be having to deal with anything, really. With the idea of trying to position things or link them up to docking ports individually for like 12 of these things. No. Hello, a guy called Pie. Hey, Pawn, I found you before the first live stream break. Yeah, you found me while I'm still waking up. You can hear the mucus in my head. At least I can. Now I've mentioned it, now you can too, and now I've just ruined the whole experience. Might as well tune out. Thanks for coming, everybody. But so this is to go on a space station. What does that space station look like? I asked myself for the past couple of days, knowing that we were going to get into the space station, and my whole thing I've been talking about was like, we don't need a fucking space station around Kerbin. It's stupid. It's foolish. Why would you have a space station around Kerbin, you know? What you want is like an orbital platform that's about returning Kerbals who are stranded, that's about like emergency supplies and stuff like that, but a whole space station that's manned, even having like a large fuel depot is... It's kittens. They're attacking somewhere. A large fuel depot at Kerbin is foolish, because, like, you want some fuel up there, sure, but if you're refueling in orbit of Kerbin, you're just wasting resources, aren't you? You should be refueling around Minmus. You should get a fuel platform thing set up around Minmus where you can really make the bucks, really make your money back on your liquid fuel without having to spend all of the 3,400 meters per second of delta V to get off of this planet with its atmosphere and gravity. So that has been my mentality, that we're not going to make it a space station. It's going to be an orbital platform, and then, you know, the space station goes at Minmus where it makes sense. And so what we're going to do here is exactly the opposite of what I said, because I can't think of any other, like, the most interesting version of this in my head, the one that makes it worth building, is an orbital ring station, which I have done and manually assembled each part before in orbit, dragged them all up in like rounds of 3, and then hooked each one of them together before I was particularly good at docking, which meant it took a good long time and was just hell. And I have manually assembled a ring station before that way. But we're not going to do it that way this time, even though I'm much better at docking and could do the same mission a lot better now because I'm awesome. Yeah, I've got ideas. I've got ideas on how we could do it, but in any event, we're going to have, I'm thinking anyway, we're building this to be a ring station. I want it to be as small as possible, not like overkill, but also not underkill. It's got to be worth our time and worth our making of it. NASA ESA are doing this now with having a space station around the moon instead, because low Earth orbit is getting boring. You know? You gotta have a platform, at low Earth orbit, sure. I mean, it's just, you gotta have the Atlanta hub for the airline. Nobody's going to Atlanta, right? But you gotta have somewhere to stop. Who the hell's going to Atlanta? But it's one of the biggest hubs in the United States for planes to come in. You got to have somewhere to stop while you're going where you're going, right? So you got to have one there. But yeah, I think it makes the most sense to have it in the Kerbal world here, to basically build everything around Minmus. Minmus has that low gravity, that low delta V cost, that ease of getting from surface into orbit, and it has the easiest, most accessible version of fuel that you can refine on its surface, on its perfectly flat lake surfaces, which are apparently going to be glass now or whatever. So yeah, Minmus is the place to be. They're going to use it for moon landings too, I think. And we've had that before. We've definitely had a moon base, right? That was one of our last big things. The last time we did a Kerbal career playthrough was making that great big old moon base. It was crazy. I might have drawn things because it seems like it got out of hand in a hurry. I hope I drew something and it wasn't just me improvising as we went, because I remember how fucking complicated that thing was. Jeb's Moon Resort and Casino, says a guy called Pie. That's the kind of thing I am thinking about for the moon this time. Like, you said that, I think. I think it was you who first said that in here, was something along that line, and that made me think, yeah, that's what you do with the moon. You fantasy pretend that it's just about tourism, and then you make that one just about tourism. It's a hotel around the moon with, blackjack and dancing girls and a blue man group, because they can just hire people and have them paint their faces blue, and then they don't got it, and then they can just like cash in on the IP. That's how it's done. Lunar Gateway is a good old idea finally being made. Is it? Is it? Like, but I mean, in reality, does that even work out? Does that even, having something around the moon, like you'd want a refueling platform, but there's nothing really to, as far as I know, there aren't the mineral and gas and resources on the moon in order to do that. There's a channel, what is it called? I always get it confused because I watch a channel called Technology Connections, where dude just like talks about how a lot of really basic stuff works and gets deep into it, and very good stuff when he puts something out. But then there's another channel where it's like a 60-year-old like fucking scientist, like mad scientist, except for he's not mad, but he looks like genuinely mad, like not angry, but like maybe when the cameras go off kind of thing. He might be genuinely fucking crazy, but no, he's Technology Connections is often about lamps and heating, photography and ping pong, or just like jukeboxes and whatnot. But there's another one that has like a similar name where it's just kind of like the thing and the thing put together, and maybe it's got the word technology in it or something like that. But it's scientists. It's a guy who I learned about the best speakers in the world for $30 or whatever, which I built, and they cost about $50 to really put together, and they are amazing speakers. Yeah, from him, he has an old video where he just sits there and talks about the usefulness of the moon in space travel and stuff like that. And the bulk of what he's getting at is that there is none outside of military uses. You know, that there's very little to be done with the moon as we know it, that it's not that useful, or this, that, or the other thing, that by the time it gets useful, what you're doing is using, like, you know, magnetic rail systems in order to propel volumes of matter into space, which could be helpful if you can turn that matter into other things. But more what he's saying is if it's done, they'll almost certainly be doing it, because then they can basically use the moon as a big moon cannon that they can whip things, you know, at places and at people. It's basically stellar warfare and lasers and that kind of a stuff that the moon is really worth. So I wonder, you know, is there any you know, use to the moon for us? Moon stuff doesn't sound like tech moan like someone else. Yes, it's not that. Thunderfoot is a crazy scientist, though. This guy is definitely not crazy. He's more like he's a professor, you know, and he has the ability to teach like a high school chemistry teacher. And so he does it very well. But you know, in that sense, that it also makes you wonder that as soon as the cameras aren't off, because he's just so, the things that he comes up with to play with and stuff like that. It's like, this guy has thoughts, doesn't he? But he's very civil and very contained. And so what are we doing today? We're making a space station, right? And it's a ring, and this would go on it, and other things would go on it. As I'm looking at this too, there's some more work to be done here. We need to make this something that it can be piloted by itself. We don't want to have to move the whole space station to it. Also, since it is meant to be a quick loader, you know, it needs to ultimately be able to, once it's empty, take itself off the station and deorbit itself, and then when we're loading the next one up, you know, fly itself into position and lock in. So it needs a probe, and it needs some monoprop stuff on it. Shouldn't be too complicated to do that, but I'd like to start off on trying to figure out where I'm going with this whole ring. And I think I'll start. You think you'll start? I think I'll start with just looking at like how small we can make it and still make it like worth our time putting it together. Did we ever test the lawn jar with a Kerbal that was not a pilot, says Little Magnets? I never put a pilot in it, in the lawn jar. They were all, it was the same scientist every single time. So he had no SAS abilities, and he comes down just fine. So yeah, even when a pilot's in it these days, I wouldn't use SAS except to get it where it's going, and then when we're coming down, SAS off, because we know that it comes back nicely. H3 on the surface of the moon for fusion reactors may be a thing. China had a fusion reactor running continuous for 1.8 seconds recently. Ooh, 1.8 seconds. And then, did we collapse into an alternate reality where somehow Donald Trump became the fucking president? Is this the thing? Because, you know, time is non-linear, so if it was recent that it happened, that doesn't mean that it didn't change shit in the past. Where were you going to start with this? Let's start with just experimenting with that lovely little glitch that we have here in Kerbal. Is it under utility, where I'd find the crew cabin? It's not all going to be these. No, you know what? It's not any going to be. It will be some of those, but for now, for testing purposes, I want my little T12 structural tube is what I want, and I can't just attach you that way, huh? I think that's not actually helpful if I can't attach you that way. Alright, let's go up to, let's start with 6. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make you not that long. Maybe that long. The longer they are, the shorter that it could, the fewer pieces it could be. So if it were 6, here's what I immediately wanted to do was from the, we've made 6 of these things position. If I copy, how do I glitch it so that it makes me 12, you know? Is the thing. we've done this no problem on accident, and I can do it. If I were doing it that way, you would break one off of symmetry and then you drag it over. But when you want to make 6 become 12, shoot, I don't know. In the last build, we were doing it constantly, and it was just like the game was flipping out and stuff like that. And now I can't think of how it is that I would glitch it. Is it something that has to do with removing from symmetry? If I remove you from symmetry and then take that. No, we definitely just keep getting 6s instead of 12s. Right? Yeah, and now it's 5s instead of 12s. I wanted to see if 12 would be, you know, the magic number. The magic number. Yeah, it is. It's the magic number. Somewhere in that ancient mystic trinity. Oh, you get 3. And it's the magic number. Yeah, so that's not... Past and the present and the future, faith and hope and charity, and the heart and the brain and the body, you get 3, and it's a magic number. 2 times on 6 times, but it's like, it's a thing where I didn't have to change anything when we were doing it. Yeah. And it just like snaps into it, and it was a thing about like having to drag it across and back to the thing, and then if you got a thing, it comes off of a thing, and then that thing can thing its thingy way. I'm just gonna get rid of those because maybe they're like getting in the way of me, because there's 6 of them, and then you make a copy, and then you with the copy of this, and then no. And then, but so if I did that and I was like you, and then it's not, nope. Yeah. How the hell do we get to 12-sided symmetry? I might have to pull that damn video back up. Because we were focusing on when I was learning it. We were focusing on getting to odd symmetries, like 5-sided symmetry, but now I just want a double symmetry. So if I just get us a new tab, it's youtube.com, and then we see what's in my list here. We'd be going we'd be going for any sided symmetry in KSP. And I get any symmetry, you know, and I don't need that, and I need to do is multiply symmetry assemblies together. So we got this, and then it's 2, copying this, let's say 6 times. Alright, 6 parts here become 12 parts here. And then you've got 12 parts there. It's about hovering it off of the thing that you've thinged with the thing. So if we were to go 2-sided here, maybe. Alright, so what do? I build one of them. Let's try. We build 1. Then I grab you and I say build me 2. And then I take you off and go to 6. This is now it's getting a bit messy there. And then if I were to make a copy of you, put you on there, it's now 12 things, and then if I drag it back to you, it turned back into 6. I might have dragged across the wrong majigger madoodle madeely. And that's 6 as well. So, and the problem is not touching something that turns it back into 6 as we go. Hit! And there you go. Maybe. Apparently. Possibly. What the hell's going on in there? Your bet's as good as me. Who? I mean, it's not as good as me. I'm pretty fucking good. But, you know, it'll do for now, I guess. Oh, I was trying to guess which one of these is supposed to be dead center. That's probably it. And then, so none of these in a 12-sided symmetry are going to be in the position that I expect them to be. But if I do like that, okay, and then I take you off, because I don't need you anymore. When have I ever needed you? And then my question would be, if I just grab it and replace it, are we cool? We are. And then like that, and then I can have, you know, some sides that are actually coming off at the right places, and then for absolute snap to a dead center, indeed. And then all of this, all of this was specifically so that I could then, not with you, but with the TD12s, put you on there, extend you to here, maybe, and then grab you, rotate, and grab you, pull out. Are you... What? That ain't right. And, oh, you're the one that I'm working with. And then when I do that, pull you back dead center, and then I can do. So there's a 12-segment ring, you know, with some gaps. Don't worry about those gaps, they'll fill in or something. If I make them longer, and then I'm gonna have to, on an absolute, snap it so that it is dead center again, and then I can grab you and pull you out. Don't mind the gap. You're not dead center. That doesn't seem dead center either. If I hold shift, that seems like it's dead center to my eyeball. Was my eyeball lying to me? Potentially. Maybe it's the rotation that's off? Something's off here. Absolute snap. Absolute snap. The problem, I guess, is that the center of this is down here, so actually the game doesn't have a center aligned point for this part where it's centered, where it's surface mounted, because it's something else. It's fine. We just wanted to get an idea anyway. But I had to understand it, or else, you know, we'd never hear the end of it from me. This fucking game, like he likes to say. So there's a 12 segment banger right there. 4 times 3 equals 12 too, yes. Done. I assume the Kraken will like the overlap. Nice trick. Yeah. I invented it myself. I just had to look up my old video on my off channel. Havoc something. No. On my off channel Hazardish. That's right. That's me too. This is why I never speak in the video. I don't want you to realize that I got multiple KSP platforms. So yeah, and then we can actually just, you know, keep making that longer and readjusting it. Like the longest that we could have those would be like that. I think right here though is kind of the place to be. And you know what? Let's yank those off now that I've done it the stupid way. And I think can the cabin be attached? No, you can't be attached that way either. Well, go fuck yourself, huh? If it were in an... I think that would be... and then you make that like that. It's going to be the same kind of a problem. on. I mean, it's fine. We can always eyeball it. There we go. Alright, hold you and pull you out. And then you get yourself a nice little ring. An anonymous gifter gave Harvey of HOC Gaming a sub. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club, HOC Gaming. Nice to have you here. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the sub for Harv. Should probably, say hello to him. This is wrong, too. This is wrong, because I do intend for this to be a rotatey station, which would mean, actually, that the outside would be the bottom at all points in the linear bullshit reality that we pretend exists. Yeah, so I think that makes the top the inside, and then you'd be looking out as the thing rotated and that kind of a deal. That is immediately 11 tons. And it's unnecessary, it's excessive, we don't need space for 24 Kerbals. But some combination of these things will come together, is my thought here. So if I go back to our structural, and I grab a T12, and I put you on the end of there, and then I figure out, like, is that size? Are these perfectly the same? I'm just gonna force them into the same space. Oh, they look like it. I mean, why wouldn't they make them perfectly the same length? Yeah, they're the same length. Oh, shit. Hey, we could make everything 80s just by doing it that way, and we get all these nice stripes and stuff. Put some lasers on it. Just in the background, though, But yeah, those are the same size. So a mixture of these and these. Which doesn't actually have to be done with this, trick, this 12-sided trick. And wouldn't be. In my mind, it just wouldn't be. Too many people trying to build space station rings in KSP, and they barely ever work. Wait a second. Guy called Pi wants lasers? Alright, we'll put some lasers on there. An ALF. Lasers and ALF. And then and a notebook that's got like a tiger. It's kind of all of the colors of the rainbow. And then boom, you just nailed it. There's 80s. Maybe early 90s in there a little bit too. But yeah. So a combination of those two makes us a basic station. The fact that it's built in 12s means that it can be built in 3s to get the right shape going. In my head, let me tell you what I'm thinking. So we rushed the Capitol on January... No. In my head... In my head, what I'm thinking is... We actually build this, in a snake style and use robotics. That's my idea. Assembling a station by clipping every piece together. Have done it in the past. It's a nuisance. It's excessive. I don't think it's how it would be, reasonably done. It might. But a ring station, my idea is that you end up with, like, if we're in 12s, then either in 4, 3 of 4, under a fairing, whatever these 3 sections go up as a snake that's in line, and then with the rotational parts, they, take on the exact correct angle so that they'll come back into the shape that they need to be, which is, as we've done it here. And then we use, say, the radial attachment ports, which are reasonably low enough weight to represent for us sort of a, if I flip it back over, a, spot, a thing that's a connection, flexible tissue, a permeable, a mesh, a rubber, leather, Teflon, nylon, cotton. Wouldn't it need to transform to be an 80s space station like JEM? See? We're doing it. That's what we're doing. Jesus, Boing, you want LeVar Burton too? Oh, yes, I do. Thank you, please. More, sir. I've been watching the Star Trek. I said, and I hadn't watched any more TNG until last night, and then I did pull up some more TNG, and I'm still surprised how hard they hit in the first season, how kind of wacky things get in the first season, but also how quickly they start pulling their shit together and really like defining these characters. Like they definitely had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do with each of the characters, and really it's the actors needed to sort of get comfortable in their own skin. And honestly, I thought they took longer to develop all of this stuff. They are really just rushing Wesley Crusher along, aren't they? The Troy episodes are boring, though. That was the last one that I watched tonight, was a Troy episode, and yeah, it was where her mother comes and she's supposed to get married and shit like that. And I appreciated that the point of her mother is to be annoying, but it didn't stop me from being annoyed by her and not enjoying it when she was around. You know, it is what it is there. It's exactly as you intended, but it's not something that I like. So yeah, those are a bit of a thing. Interestingly, found out, like, I certainly had forgotten this if ever I really recognized it, but found out that that Jean-Luc Picard in the first fucking season is already like a soulless reformed manifestation of himself for like the rest of the series. Like long before the Borg got involved, his consciousness has already been separated from his form, has been transported into a cloud of pure energy hanging out in the cosmos, and then had to be merged back into his pattern that was stored in the transporter because he beamed himself out without energy. And it's just like, I like it. I like it. There's a lot there that you could say, what? And be like, I don't like that. I like it. Because it's very clear. I don't think it's unintentional or anything, but in the Star Trek universe, there is like such a thing as a soul, like some version of a human soul. Like it has to. For all of the different stories that they've told and all the times that they play with the idea of, the sentience and consciousness, they're very clear about the idea, early on, that sentience and time and space are all one, that everything is one. Even, Troy's annoying mother states as much in an episode. They're very clear about that, but in certain places they just make it really like, they put it out there in a very interesting way. And in this particular episode, Picard has a foreign entity come into him after it's gone through pretty much everyone else on the ship, including the ship, and apparently he and the entity just get along like gangbusters, like no one else has, which is a weird characterization for Picard. But they were really leaning into trying to make him like, we can't get that far away from James Kirk, apparently. He's got to be an adventurer and an explorer at heart, even though he's this old dude who has more of a, like grandpa in charge energy, like a wise old grandpa in charge energy. They were really trying to lean into, now he's an adventurer. But he gets like an entity in his consciousness, and they just get on like gangbusters and make an agreement where Picard's like, yeah, I'll give up my physical form in order to, be able to travel and explore the universe as pure energy with you. And so he ends up beaming himself out into a cloud of energy. And, the interesting part is that they then get him back because his pattern for his physical form was still stored in the transporter buffer, but his energy pattern has been just distributed into the cloud. And then he, as pure energy, signals the Enterprise that he's out there. Things aren't going so well. This guy's actually a real dick. This party is lame. He wants to come home. And then they beam his energy, or they don't beam his energy on board. His energy, like they pull the ship in, and then his energy gets back on board. His consciousness, his devoid of form, his soul, his essence, now comes back onto the ship, goes into the ship's computers, goes to the transporter room, into those systems, so that when they rematerialize him, his soul will still be in his body, which they assume happens. It's just an assumption that that's the case. And the assumption, is either they have just reproduced a soulless husk form of James or of Jean-Luc Picard, who will now be your captain for the entire rest of the Next Generation era, and then into the show Picard that I didn't see either. Either he is a soulless husk for the rest of time, or, you know, it's just interesting because they are very clearly, like, there's implicitly their transporter technology has the ability to separate a human being's soul, consciousness, intelligence, or not intelligence, just their essence from the physical form. The transporter then, like, breaks the molecules, the physical energy, down to its pure, just energy form, stores a pattern of how the energy, you know, was before it assembled it, and then transports the human soul as one component, separate from the physical matter, reassembles the physical matter, and then shoves the soul into it. I mean, that's basically how it has to work. Off of this episode and off of a whole bunch of other episodes where the, you know, transporters are involved, and it just, you know, makes you agree with Forrest to whatever his name is, who was like, I'm not being disassembled and reassembled, I'll take a fucking shuttle. You know, like, the most horrifying thing in the Star Trek universe really is their transporters, because either they have perfected the teleportation of souls, and even if they are, they're literally, like, taking you apart by molecule, draining you down to energy, and then using a fancy, like, you can say that, well, we're using the same energy, so it really is still your matter. Okay, but you've just liquefied it into a pot, and now you're gonna, like, put all that same matter back there. You're just replicating my body. You might as well have hit the buttons in the replicator and say, make me a James Kirk body, you know, make me a Jean-Luc Picard body. And then they make that, and then they shove your soul into it. It's pretty fucking horrifying, really, when you get down to it. But, interestingly, it also very specifically says that in the Star Trek universe there is a soul to a sentient being. And that somehow they have the technology to separate that from its form. And it's interesting that it never comes up that people are like, you know what? Can I just be sentience now? Just if Picard can beam himself into space as pure energy, tell me that there isn't, like, gobs and gobs of, like, cults of humans and other aliens who have this technology, who are just like, you know, we want to be one with the cosmos, just beam us into nothingness, and we'll just be pure sentience again. And it's interesting because it also, when you get into that idea of the soul, then that means that there is a persistent, you know, part of consciousness, of existence itself, that does not die with the body. If it can exist separately outside of it in this cloud that Jean-Luc is in, and, you know, then it persists beyond death, beyond, like, free of the human component. And also, at the end of this episode, when they reassemble Jean-Luc, maybe, we assume, otherwise he's a soulless husk, and it's just brain, you know, it's just neurons firing, but the soul is gone. He now can't remember. He can't remember what happened in being in the cloud. He remembers going and stepping onto the transporter, even when he had this, like, second soul in him that had come in from the cloud. He remembers that. He remembers setting it up, and then when he beams out and he's separate from his body, he can't remember anything from there, which does support the idea that he's now a soulless husk. Otherwise, the presumption would be that the physical form of humanity and of the mind, of a brain, exists in order to translate the experiences of consciousness itself, of pure, just being, into a physical form, and that the shape of the brain denotes what things can be recalled. But you have experienced more than you know in this form. That there is an energy that is innate to consciousness, sentience, to just the universe itself, to the oneness of all things, and that through the mind, because of the mind's shape, which is created based on the events and its experiences, and it's shaped as it grows and changes under different circumstances and things like that, is really just a translation matrix that allows that which stores all experience or all, like, whatever it is that is truly at the heart of you beyond just memories of experience and stuff like that. It translates all of that down into this particular form. I mean, I'm just saying this is what Star Trek has to be doing here. If Jean-Luc can't remember his experiences that he had when he was in the cloud because his soul was disconnected, but his soul did go out and his soul did return, like, all of these things have to be true. A soul can be separated from the human host. A soul can exist without the physical form. A soul is something that exists and has experiences that will not be recollected. And basically what it comes down to is that it looks kind of like Star Trek believes in reincarnation. It looks like the Star Trek universe operates on reincarnation. It definitely operates on the concept that everything is one, that there is no difference between time and space and matter and thought and energy. It's always saying that shit. Always saying that shit. But in specific, their idea of there being a soul-like thing that can be separated from the body, can perceive its own events and its own experiences, but its experiences are translated through the matrix of the mind, which is a physical thing, and if the physics aren't there, the physicalness isn't there, then in this state you won't be able to perceive the things that you had perceived before. Certainly sets up a platform for reincarnation in the Star Trek universe. This is because Patrick Stewart was kind of an asshole in real life and thought the show would be canceled. Really? I'm surprised people give Picard so much respect, though. He's French. He's English. Well, okay, yes. No, he's supposed to be French, yeah. Yeah, transporters are like in The Prestige. Yeah. I mean, it's the most terrifying thing in Star Trek, in the Star Trek universe, is the idea that, yeah, we just, as a common thing, we rip every cell apart in your body down to an energetic goo that we store in a matrix, and then we transport that goo down and then reassemble it into the form that it was previously. And meanwhile, like, there's another episode later on in the series where, in fact, it might have been on Deep Space Nine. No, I think it's on TNG, where Scotty comes back. You know, Scotty has an appearance, and Scotty's consciousness has been trapped in a transporter beam loop for the past 200 years or whatever, something like that. Like, he set it up when wherever it was going to, like, collapse or something like that. He programmed a thing and kept himself in a transporter buffer, and they're able to, like, transport, or teleporter, rather. They teleport, or they... No, it is transporter beam, but they rematerialize him after these hundreds of years spent in the buffer, and there he is. Which, you know, there is this component of there's a soul that is stored separate from, like, even the fact that they describe it as a pattern, you know, for the body. We've got his pattern, so we can reassemble him. So what is really the computer storing? It's just a memory of how the molecules went together, just a memory of the shape and state of each, you know, electrical neuron and everything in the brain in the moment that the scan is taken, and then rip you apart, separate your soul from your body, and it doesn't really need the energy of the original pattern then, does it? Like, all matter is all matter. They have replicators. They can make it into whatever shape they need, so they don't need the energy that came out of you. It's just convenient to use, isn't it? Makes people feel a little bit better, but we could just as easily take the energy that came from your matter, push it into the warp engines to you know, go a little faster, and then use separate energy that we get from the warp engines in order to replicate your body in the pattern state that it was, because really what we're doing is just shoving your soul into a cloned body. They have tried to copy Data several times. Couldn't the transporter do that? Data has no soul. Lots of... Yeah, one would think, right? Plato's Cave. French greater than everything else, says Jesse the Trans guy. Hello, Donkey. Welcome. I got off on a thing. It's Jim's here, and invoked Star Trek, and I've been watching. So we went off on a tangent about transporters and how it definitely implies that, you know, in the Star Trek universe, there is a soul-like thing. My Zen master hated the term soul, and yet there is something like that at the base of an understanding. What my Zen master didn't like about it is the idea of individuality, that the soul is tied up with your individualness and that kind of a thing. But the notion that when the brain dies, that any energy ever goes away completely is obviously fucking ridiculous. We studied 6th grade science. We know that energy is neither created nor destroyed. But just that there's a soul-like component to the Star Trek universe, definitely. And that really the most impressive technology in the Star Trek universe isn't the warp cores and the warp bubbles and the black holes and stuff like that. Like, none of this shit is impressive. You can separate, like, the essence of a human from their body and then put it in to their body again and put it into another body. I'm sure they've done that, right? They probably did that back in the James Kirk era, yeah? Like, where there was a transporter malfunction and now so-and-so's soul was in so-and-so's body or some shit like that, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's yeah. I'm gonna have to report this is going on your permanent record that you didn't know that, and also I need to have a long talk with your 6th grade. With your 6th grade gym coach who should have been teaching you all. But entropy happens. Energy is scrambled rather than sorted into work. Entropy is entropy is a useful concept for things, but the idea that things are breaking down is a perspective that beings who think of this as being right and that as being wrong, chaos, what we call chaos, is entirely bullshit. A chaotic state is chaos is one side of a coin. You have to have order in order to have chaos. Well, who decides what order is? Like, it's another state, it's another movement, it's another becoming. So, energy is never created, never destroyed, and it's never lost. It changes state, it changes shape, it changes form. We can say that it distributes out into a, but we also see, like, so many things in the universe and so many things in physics and astrophysics that are suggesting that, any pool of energy that becomes significant, as much as it might want to turn into a low-level background radiation and just be still, is drawn to one another and sucks on and coalesces and starts to become things again. It's all part of a cycle. Nothing is ever lost, nothing is gone, and any idea that we have that, well, background radiation might as well be nothingness. You might as well be nothingness. All of this might as well be nothingness. It's a very subjective, human, temporally limited perspective on what is and what we at least think we know about the universe, to say, but it's like, but what? It's a different form, a different state, another thing that we don't understand, and that we perceive from the perspective of living, dying entities who believe that we have, like, a beginning and an end. And are right that we have, as individuals, a beginning and an end, but do not understand the nature of the universe, where we confuse the idea of ourselves with something that is separate from the universe, separate from what is. All is one. Everything is, I breathe, and you've got less air on the planet right now because I'm holding my breath. Everything is connected to everything else. Your idea that you end at your fingertips or begin at the tip of your head or the bottom of your feet is bullshit. Everything is everything, being everything, experiencing everything subjectively, even though that's a lie. Because if we had to experience it as it truly is, there would be nothing to experience, aka everything to experience, which would be nothing to experience, and there would be no one to experience it. Duality and subjectivity and objectivity create the experience. Without that, there would only be kind of a kind of that constantly. Would be a way of describing it anyway, without describing it really. Because if you could describe it, somebody already would have done it. Just write down the universal wave function. That's the only thing that exists. Sure. There aren't any strings to string theory. There aren't any protons or neutrons or ions or electrons. There aren't any atoms. There aren't any molecules. There aren't any of these forms. We use these forms in order to conceptualize what is. And quantum theory and string theory gets closer to it. Oh, it's strings, and then but they're connected to, and that sort of draws everything together, and everything is interconnected. Oh, you're getting closer, but like you can't express it in human language, can you? Because obviously there's no strings. There's no strings. We just all exist on the same plane, except for we don't all exist on the same plane because all suggests that there is more than one of it. Of what is, and there isn't. All that is, and all that is. That's kind of as close as you can get in human language to saying it, is to try and remove these discriminating words that take something off and say all, or none, or everything, or nothing, because that duality does not exist. There is no edge to me and beginning of you, or end to me, beginning of you. There is no edge between us. There is no, everything is one, moving in regards and in relation to everything else that is moving. I cannot exist without you. You cannot exist without me. We cannot exist as though each other do not exist. Without one another, there is nothing. But one another is an illusion. Without which there is everything. I love it because it's true, and it's a weird way to say it. I am you, I am everyone. If we look at us as humanity, which I like, but there are jerks trying to gamble the system for individual gain rather than helping humanity. You can never truly touch anything. There's a gap of 3.5 atoms. You, that assumes that you end at a certain atom that is, but there is no gap because you have electrons that are constantly free, which, by the way, are imaginary, but you have electrons that are constantly fleeing your form and moving into something else. Electrons that are coming from something else and into you. Are we saying that the proton and the neutron that's part of a cell that you've decided is the edge of you is you, and then you're floating above everything at 3.5 atoms distance? Because I would say atoms merge to, pass through one another, even in the theory of atoms, which is bullshit, because it's just a way of conceptualizing what is. It's very helpful. It allows us to do a lot of fun things with the universe, but it's just a conceptual version of it, a mock-up that, works on paper and in physical reality. A lot of the time. Not all of the time, which should be a tip-off that there's no unified theory yet, right? It works most of the time, yeah, because you've been designing your rules based on something that's true. Your rules aren't true. Your conceptualizations of the truth isn't true, but you've been basing them off of the truth, which is the best that you can do. And so they very much appear to be the truth at a distance. Don't get too close. You might notice that there's a gap of 3.5 atoms, but across that gap there's a lot that moves. And that in that gap of 3.5 atoms, when I come within 3.5 atoms of something, then that moves the other 3.5 atoms, doesn't it? The gap isn't like, if there were a standard gap that just remained all the time, 3.5 atoms between it. If there were, then by me moving into it, I move the gap. It's everything is breathing, everything is moving, everything is in a dance with each other, and it can't possibly stop. It can't possibly not do what it has to do because of everything that is always occurring. Hence, time travel doesn't work. Yeah. My brain is getting too many wrinkles. I need to smoothen my brain now. Footy cootie. Footy cootie. So we're going to do that. We're going to make a ring. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. But before that, we got too heavy. We got too deep down into reality there. And it's not going to be like this, so we don't need any of that. Fuck you. We're going to take a live stream break. We've been here an hour. This is what I'm here for. This is why I'm really here. We do a little bit of Kerbal, and when I can't think of anything to say, when I don't have anything to say, we'll just play Kerbal and wait. until inspiration strikes, until somebody in chat starts talking about something that just sticks, and then this is what I get up for. This is why we play the game. Is is the opportunity to seize on something and just explore it and take it apart and take it apart and take it apart and take it apart until it is nothing. Until it's nothing anymore. And we realize in the empty space that is left was the truth. Always. We're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. This is why we have funding of artists. We need this kind of minds in society. God damn it, fund me today. We're going to take a live stream break, 7 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and play some music that is absolutely, definitely in the public domain. And if the audio on the VOD on YouTube, if you're watching this, if it cuts out now or soon and that kind of a thing, then you'll know that CD Baby is still, stealing just from everybody. I'm going to play you the U.S. Army Blues, Not on the Bus. So 7-8 minutes, take a live stream break, meet me back here, pawn that out. I just made it 8 minutes, I'd never be late, right? Very rarely, anyway. Welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanPawn livestream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. As we wrap up this U.S. Army Blues Not on the Boss. Hopefully, you know, you're not just seeing my lips flap on the VOD because CD Baby decided to claim what is absolutely in the public domain, you motherfuckers. How many times do I have to tell you, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program? How many times do I have to tell you, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program? You should have heard. Honey, you know it. I want a refund for services not provided. You were late. All right. What do I owe you? Probably a lot. Probably a lot. Lava lamp. The amount of money that y'all collectively and as individuals, which is an elusive state, but that we you know, we're in it. Let's enjoy it, huh? Transitory, temporary thing of individuality. Have you considered what eternity would be like? Have you considered what would be if you were God? What it would be, you know? Not just a God, the God, which is reductive of what is meant by God, that it is everything, that it is all-encompassing, because nothing is not it, because it is the one, it is the source, it is everything. It's just a word that we came up with to describe something that we don't have words for. What if you had eternity, were all-powerful? If I could do that if I could make you that way right now, imagine if I, the silly little YouTuber Ronan Pawn, could give you the power to be everything. Right now. Wouldn't that suck? Wouldn't it suck? I might have pressed the wrong button. You guys let me know if something's wrong with the stream now. I meant to go over back to the other scene when I first said, if I were God, I'd turn off this simulation. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if I gave you power, if you could have, I'm going to say if I gave you power in this planet, over this world, you know, if you just had like Superman like powers, there's a whole bunch of things you'd go out and do, right? You'd go out and fix things and right wrongs and change the way that things are and force political structures that refuse to change so that, you know, humanity gets to survive instead of die out, so that the next 100 years are awesome instead of shit. You know, you go out and you change things on this planet. If I gave you power in reference to this planet, you would do that. If I gave you power to be everything, to do everything, to recognize how infinitesimally small and meaningless this little planet and all of our little lives are, and if I gave you power to reshape everything, would you give a fuck about this planet anymore? You know? And more importantly, would you think that what's going on this planet was wrong if you had all power? If you were one with everything, if you were, or just, you know, had this power over everything, would you think that what humanity is doing and has done to itself and continues to do to itself is in some way wrong and needed to be fixed? If you had power as you, here, now, over this, you'd change things so that they'd be better for this, here, now, and you. But if you had power over everything, is there anything in the universe that is wrong? If you could experience existence from the perspective of everything, you would realize that there is no experience of everything. That experience only comes from subjectivity and objectivity. That duality is the nature of experience. And then what would you do with that? You wouldn't do anything with that, because there would be no you with which to do. You would be the one. You would be the all. You would be the everything. And wouldn't that be boring? See, I've been watching Star Trek, and just got to the second episode where the Q come along and offer Riker their powers, where Q, as a representative of the Q, which comes into question as things go on later, as you get to know more about Q as an individual, and then the Q. Maybe he's just kind of doing his own thing out there, but Q comes along and offers Riker's the power of the Q. And it's just like, if you had all of that power all at once, what would you fix? What would you change? Because, like, there's everything. It's everything. Everything is everything. And you are everything. And you are one. And you have eternity now to experience this. Imagine actually having eternity. Imagine you're not going to die. Does that sound like a good thing? Like, when you really sit down and think about it, somebody comes along and offers you all that power and just, eternal, unending life. And you think about it, you have an option to say, yeah, I'll take it, or no. Is there one sticking point? And is that sticking point eternity? Is that how we got here? Did we start out as the one consciousness, the one sentience, the all, experiencing eternity as nothing more than no peace? No peace. Because there's no non-peace, there's no toil, there's no trouble, there's no stress. There's no peace because there's no stress. There's no fear because there's no whatever the opposite of fear is. There's no love and there's no hate. There's none of these things. These are dualistic concepts that emerge from perception, that emerges from object-subject relationships that only come when you conceive of individuality. If you had no individuality, but were everything all the way, then what is there? There's everything, which is nothing, which is everything, and there's no judgment to be rendered upon it. No judger to decide that one thing is the other. I mean, you could take all the good things, peace, love, happiness, friendship, just positivity generally, just pies, whatever it is that you like. Take all of the good things that we should aspire to be, that all of us should aspire to be. Take all of them and say, I'm just going to be those. I'm just going to do those. Because those are good and those are right and true. You will be dismissing half of everything that can be experienced. 50% of everything is now gone because you've chosen one part of the coin. Just the one side. I'll take just the one side, please. Just the white part of the yin-yang. Thank you. Because I'm a good person. Starts to get murky in here, doesn't it? Starts to get weird, right? When you start to consider the idea that if you only had love and only had hope and only had joy and only had pleasure and only had... that you would be missing 50% of the things. Fortunately, for you and for all of us, you cannot have any one of those things on the white side of the yin and yang without the things on the black side of the yin and yang. You cannot experience one without the other. So it works out, thankfully. Try to imagine the idea of eternity and oneness and everything, and you cannot. It can be experienced in a state, and then you will return from that state, and you will have like a greater perception, a greater understanding of yourself and the nature of everything. I'm not saying that I've perceived that state. I'm saying that I believe, and maybe I've perceived that state. I don't know, because that's the question. Is like you perceive that state, and then you go on, and you return to the state of oneness, or rather to the state of singleness, of individuality, separate from oneness, kind of a thing. And then it's like you have something that you didn't have before in terms of your individual experience, but it isn't like having the oneness in pocket. I couldn't be speaking to you right now if I were in the state of oneness, right? So it's like the oneness. I mean, my Zen master used to say you experience the oneness, or you experience what is it, enlightenment every day. Like most of us experience enlightenment several times a day. There are these moments where you are not. You are, but you are not, where you're just doing whatever you're doing. You're completely lost in the activity that you are. You are one with that scenario. There's no thinking, there's no mind, there's no cranking gear, there's no something. You're just here now. And it may be flitting, brief, just for a moment, there's just this. And importantly, in the moment that there's just this, you're not aware that there's just this, because that awareness would be the duality. It would be the separation. You only become aware of that moment when you return from it. And so in those moments where you find yourself like suddenly going, because it's like everything is just perfect now, you have just exited the experience of perfection. You're just coming back now. When you were perfect, there was no you were just there. When you finally, like, think to yourself or say aloud, what a beautiful sunset. You have just exited the beautiful sunset. The moment before, you were one with the sunset. Now you're reflecting on your oneness with the sunset. You've exited it. What an interesting existence we all have if we pause to think about it. Let's see. With infinite power and energy, I would likely choose to be a streamer for 90 years than a viewer for another 90. With time, I would suddenly have been everyone, every lifetime. Is that how we get here? Is that what we're doing? You know, there's the philosophy of the egg, the idea that we are all, you know, races of a God state going through an egg form, a growth period, where we experience all possible experiences from every possible perspective so that we can have a wide enough perspective in order to inherit our God powers or some shit like that. It's just a way to, it's a jumping off point to get you to consider some things, but it's an interesting, there's a lot of fun to be had with that. It's a good place to start, sort of a thing. But is that how we get here is really the most interesting question. If you had all of eternity and you were all powerful, wouldn't you eventually imagine, dream yourself into, wouldn't you eventually create a situation in which you experienced yourself subjectively, in which you chose to pretend as though you weren't the all, as though you weren't everything, to see what that's like? Which is, you know, again, a little bit rudimentary and shallow, because as I keep pointing toward, the idea is that if you are with the one, then there is no judgment, there is no critique, there, you know, like, creativity is pure and flows out of nothingness. It just happens. So the idea of deciding to become a subjective perspective of yourself because you're bored, there's no such thing as boredom, and there's no such thing as intrigue in the state of oneness. But we've got a language. It's an incredibly dualistic language. It is our nature as linear beings. So we have to try and speak about it, or just not. We don't have to. We could just not. Just not is a good deal. You may do like God, become bored, and try being a human in the form of Jesus for some time. Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't it? Within the pantheon of Christianity. Why does God have to, like, break a chunk of himself off and come down and experience? This is getting kind of weird. That God felt that it was necessarily to represent himself that way. Couldn't we just, like, see Jesus as an incredibly evolved human who's tapping into the nature of, like, actual truth and choosing to share it? Couldn't we just see him as, instead of that, he's the physical incarnation and manifestation of God who came in order to cleanse you of your sins, which aren't actually your sins, but the sins of the Father, which were carried down from Adam, which he got from Eve, because she's really the one who fell for the tricks. But then again, God put the tree there in the first place, and let Lucifer come down and take the form of a serpent, so who's really at fault? Like, are we getting a little bit lost here in the dogma, and maybe missing the fucking point? Often limitations are what inspire us in our creativity. Yeah. It's the limits. It's the, you've only got so much time on this planet. It's the, you can't do anything and everything that you know, drive us to do things that are the most interesting, isn't it? Imagine having to exist. I didn't ask for this, says Lava Lamp. Yeah? Imagine having to exist eternally. But here's the thing, you wouldn't be stressed out about it. You wouldn't be worried. Like, that would be the very, you know, in watching that Star Trek episode, or this kind of fucking about Riker, is that from the perspective of an individual given that power, but who has not experienced the Om of the universe yet, that kind of a state, you know, you would be worried about the loss of yourself. You might be worried about the idea of having to exist forever, and because your experience has been one of a linear temporal being that experiences pain and suffering and doubt and misery and all of those things, and it's like eternity flitting back and forth between these two states? I don't think so. Thank you. Bye-bye. But when you get down to it, when you get really down to it, the state of oneness doesn't have any of that to it. There's no desperation or pain. But there's also no joy and no hope. There's just non-duality. I do like the one electron universe theory is a concept. There's just one electron being everywhere and every time. There's just one something. There is just one something. We can call it the electron. We can call it God. We can call it energy, physics. I'm trying to think of... It's a line from Full Metal Alchemist, of all things. Oh, you fool... something like that. You sorry fool. I am that which is called one, or truth, or God, or I am. Oh, you foolish being. Something like that. It's Full Metal Alchemist, not Brotherhood. I didn't watch Brotherhood. They did it fine the first... Why you gotta remake something you already did fucking brilliantly? If you're solipsistic, then you already are everything. I'd have to Google define solipsistic. Would it be easier for me if I tried to experience the fiveness or the sixness? It would be reducing your dualism, I suppose. Playing with God mode on ruins the game. It's kind of like the Q, you know, it's like they're gods, not God, right? I mean, it gets even more interesting by the time it gets to Voyager, I believe, and one of the Q decides that they want to experience death. And the rest of the Q are like, we are immortal beings, no, you can't do that. And he's like, yes, I can, and I'm going to do it. And then they have to get humanity to, like, run a court process and decide whether or not an individual has the ability to determine the time and means of their own demise. And because Star Trek is always, you know, 20 years, or was then 20 years ahead of everything in politics and everything like that, of course they come down on the side of, yes, you can, it's your life. Uncomfortable as it may make others who are fearful for their own existences, yeah, of course you get to fucking decide. Obviously. The start of the original FMA is best, but the end of FMA Brotherhood is better. So Mosaic Task Force. I hear that... I remember hearing that the reason that they remade it is because the second version is more in line with the manga, the actual telling of the manga. But I just felt like Brotherhood was so... Or, I mean, Full Metal Alchemist, the first one, was so already epic and good. Why would you spend the time... It was so wasteful to spend the time remaking the whole thing and retelling the same stories just to get, you know, some parts redone the way that, like, the manga exists, man. Just there's things that are worthy of being redone because they weren't done that well in the first place. Full Metal Alchemist was not one of them. But that's sort of the nature of everything these days in media, isn't it? Just do what we did before, but, you know, let's do it again. And it didn't feel as much like a cash grab as everything else does, but it just didn't seem like it needed to be done. Brotherhood is way less emotional and bounding leading up to the dog scene, but the manga's ending had not been written, so the anime trailed off with another author for the ending. I mean, I was happy with it. I remember feeling like the second season, it didn't disappoint me at all, but it did disappoint me. I was slightly disappointed in that the second season, which I'm sure this is the same in Brotherhood, like it has to be, but they take the Elric's father and make that father real. And the father was so important and metaphorical. The absent father, the missing father, the father who had done all of these things was so important to be this vaporous, conceptual thing that can just stand for metaphor, and then the father has to come in and be, you know, really... It bothered me a little bit, like that they chose to make their father into an actual character when the father had functioned so well as a perfect metaphor without... You know, it's like putting the monster in a horror movie on screen up front. Like, you can do that, but, you know, it has less impact now. Like, when I didn't know what it looked like, I didn't know exactly what was coming from me. Even when I saw it, you kept it in shadow kind of a thing. It had more power when it was unknown, and now you make it known, and alright, I guess we're doing that. We need to probably start doing something here with this Ring space station, even though it's my favorite part, it's just chatting about shit. So, desu ne. I'm thinking a three-sided craft, three-part craft. Yeah, like, we're going to go for this 12, I think. The 12 it's a very small ring, but that's all that I wanted. In order to get, like, half gravity on this thing, you'd really have to be torquing it, right? If it's going to be rotating and you're trying to simulate gravity by the force that's throwing you against what will be the floor, but the outer wall of the ring, you really have to be... but, on something that's this small. But so... Let's see. It is 1 a.m. Thank you for the talk. I will bid you good night. Good night, Mosaic Task Force. Thank you for the lovely conversation. For the I'm having fun too. So what are we doing with the engine? Oh right, I remember the engine plates. I've heard that the engine plates are actually very helpful at mitigating Kraken stuff. Now that I've said that out loud, I feel like it's going to be like a thing that comes back to haunt me. But I don't want to do it. It's not what I usually use. We need a centerpiece off of which to build the whole damn thing. And, you know, it should be strong and solid and structural. But I don't want it to be big either. This is a tight little space station. We could just use a structural tube. And then pin it at either side with one of these things, FL10 adapters. It's probably going to work out for you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give us like a standoff for what we've got down there, just so that'll be easier to do comparisons. And then this, in fact, I'll do it like this. I'll go you to you to you, and that'll be the center off of which we build for now. From there, I'm going to take fuel tanks, I think, the little wee babby liquid fuel bastards, and I'm going to go into three-sided symmetry, and then I'm going to drain them, because we don't want just straight up liquid fuel. It's silly. And then yeah, that gets me out to what could be exactly the right width, enough to be able to futz with in order to get exactly the right width. So that's got us up to 9 parts on this. Let me also grab you, go to an absolute snap, get you to the dead center of this, which apparently doesn't exist on these models. If I hold shift, that's close. Yeah, that sucks. Like, come on, Kerbal, god damn it with your... And then, no, that is as far out as it can be. Alright, before we start seeing things. So those will be like our three, that's our spokes for the ring. And then off of these would be built... I mean, as you're looking at this pawn, like, this is going to have to fold up or something like that, so maybe you should build it the way that it would have to fold. If these are going to deploy and then hold everything, I think I got to go to at least the alligator hinge. Yeah. I mean, I like it being smaller, but I think any smaller is just kind of... Really, though? You think you could get away with that? Because I don't think you could get away with that. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. No, I just wanted 3. Oh, every time I touch it, I get something else. 3 with symmetry. And the way that you would attach would be like that, and then when you did that, it would be like that. And yeah, that's right. So you, an absolute snap, get fucked up. If I hold shift and bring you back up, that was, we remember, close to what we wanted. Maybe I embed that, and then we just have the hinge showing from, say, down here. Yeah, I can get with that. And then we grab our little platform here, attach them off of that. Target angle to 0. And any chance that I could embed... I mean, I could embed that more. Let's... If I bring you in, and we can just have you slap hard. You know what I'm saying? Just slap it hard. These would never need to be disconnected from anything that would pack up underneath the fairing, but we can push them through a touch. Say to there. And then we would have an angle limit on this of 90. Maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit more. Check it out. Is if I go to you and then I drag the angle limit up, then we could Yeah, we could pack this as tightly as, well, as we'll find out when we go to make it. So I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it as a thing. But now we know that it can be packed up and under a fairing to take. This whole, like, internal structure can be one bit. You guys need to come up to be more central. And we'll just do it by eye. Yes, sir. Okay. So from there, we can build off. Now, each one of these is going to need to be able to attach to, you know, the outer rings that are going to be attached to them. So, in coupling, apparently I said I wanted to build this thing small, so apparently I'm using the docking port juniors here. These are structural attachments not meant for people to, like, move between them, so I'm gonna just choose to be okay with that. And then on each section, I flip you around because these are going to be built into chunks of 4 so that they should wrap around. Yeah, that means that they're going to be different than what you're seeing here in the orientation that you've put it. What if I put it, you kind of got them in the right place there. Maybe you should just build from it and don't worry about it. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea too. So now from here, we want to attach our sections. And each section is going to have to be controllable or placeable. Like, either we use a tow vessel in order to push all of this stuff together, which is how we've done it in the past, because it makes sense, rather than giving them all their own fucking monoproppy systems and stuff. But then, like, their own monoproppy systems become part of the space station's ability to move itself around, so I'm okay with that premise. Let's start with a hallway. Yes, we'd have these corridors attachments just be part of a structural hallway kind of a bit. So the structural hallway part thing is going to be these T12 tubes. And the problem here is going to be nodes, because these don't attach without nodes. Is there a way for me to have, if I had a radial attachment point? No, I'm always going to be missing a node because this has to attach to it, which means I'll have to surface mount a radial attachment point to this. Alright, as long as I know where we're going, then whatevs. And I believe it's this is the length we're going for on all of those. And then from there, just going to yank it over 90 degrees. And I have to center it apparently kind of by eye because the game doesn't really have a center point for this. It'll become more apparent as we build the rest of it, where it really needs to be. And then so you would be our starting location, our starting hallway. And we can already see that things are a bit too long here, but we can futz with that. We can adjust it somehow, maybe, probably, probably, maybe. Yeah. And then off of these, we build, you know, the other things. So, what I'm looking at here is for our simulated, because they're definitely simulated. Can I do you like that? I can. For our simulated, like, you know, flexible, deployable mesh, you know, so that they can kind of a thing, it will be these. And since they do need to on a robot, what I'm talking about is robotic hinges. So that we can have this go up under a fairing as a straight line, and then when we get to space, we've got exactly the right angle, and then we, you know, get it into position, and then curve it all into place, and snap, snap, lock, lock, is the notion there. So if that is the notion there, then I need to figure out what that's going to look like. And now for robotics here, I said, you know, we need to use the alligator hinge back here. And we really probably should use the heavier alligator hinge out here as well, but I just don't feel as though it's going to, like, hide anywhere in the construction, right? And also, apparently we don't have a node on that side. Fair enough, I guess. Which fucking angle? That one? So do you hide? You hide okay. So maybe I should use this, because it just makes more sense. You'd be straight and then get an angle. And have you like this. And then with an absolute snap, that's perfect dead center on that part. And then target angle, you come in. And we'll just have to pretend that this isn't here in our heads anyway. But it is. And actually that might need to be where, well, no. Maybe we'll find out. So I put you there, and then off of you, let's say that the next part was going to be one of these passenger modules. One of these crew cabins. We need it to be in the correct alignment. Which I believe has, yeah. It's like, this is up on this thing. That's the bottom, that's the top. We want the top would always be in the inner, would be the interior. Because we're throwing, if we start rotating this thing, then it will be being thrown outward, right? So then if I grab onto you, and I give you a bit of a target angle, that's how we're going to create the go-roundies. And yeah, this is going to have to be further in. It's probably going to have to be as far in as I can get it in order to do this, like, simulation of the interior-ness. So let me do that, and let me close it back up again and make sure that we look reasonable. And we don't. Fuck. Why would that be off? If I've got that at a perfect dead center snap on that, and then this one is where it's on the node that's created by that, well, at least we've got a means of knowing when it's perfect visually. No, you. And I'll pin you because... Oh shit, well, yeah, you've pinned it, but that's not the thing. You need to actually, like, move it. Let's try that again with an absolute snap. And it just pushes it to there, but it's still not actually on center with this piece. These hallway pieces, or these pieces that we're using as hallways, they're not great, are they? So from there, and then we want it as close as we can reasonably get it. And I kind of like where it is right there. It looks like there's, you know, just enough of that flexible tube space there. So if I leave that there and then I apply a target angle, how far can we go? We can go to a maximum angle of about 19 degrees before we start seeing that we're breaking the axis there. So max, well, let's try 20 and make sure that I'm not crazy. Yeah, now I can start to see the lips, and I don't want to see the lips. 19 there, that's where we're going to have it. So maximum of 19, at least in this position. We might have to adjust that, because are we getting enough angle off of that? We're not. And that's because the previous ones are actually like merging into one another. Which means at this angle we would have to have them, maybe it ends up being 16. Ugh. I didn't want it to be that big. Yeah. But I think I will be dictated by sanity here and say that that looks like that's about as much as we would be reasonably able to twist these things. So yeah, I'll just keep building and see where we end up with it. It shouldn't really be that many parts when you get down to the end of it here. It's already 71. Well, a lot of that's down here, don't worry about it. In fact, we don't really need this anymore then, do we? In fact, I could make you the root part since you're at the center of it, and then just yank all that off and throw it away. 33 parts so far. No big deal. That is definitely not going to be long. We might, yeah, it's going to have to be wider. Don't with the worrying about it do. Oh, it's magic. You know. But the other thing that I could do here is if I took you off and then I doubled up. Huh? And then we can get more of an angle out of it. So if I doubled up with the radial attachment points, you don't want to attach that way, you shit. You can't... There's no attachment on that side of things? Does that mean then if I did this, I wouldn't be able to attach you to that? Yes, it does. Fuck. Can we fake it? Do you surface attach? You do, so we can fake it. I'll try faking it. So I get you on there, and then with a snap, absolute, grab, yank. Oh, well now you're, I need this to go back down to its 0. And then you, one more time, on there, on, you're not, what are you attaching to? Because it ain't what I'm, maybe it is what I'm, no, you wouldn't be that far in. Ah, there you are. That's how that's supposed to be, you silly man. For 12 segments, you need 30 degrees. So this is probably just very necessary then, is what we're getting at there. So now with you there, I should have, and don't, a node to attach. Oh, right, because you attached. You needed to do it. You needed to fake it. But the fake needs to be actually attached to that. Which means that you're going to have to snap off. Give me a local snap movie in by... Oh, is that it? That's attached to that. Right. Okay. Then never mind. You pull out by 1 just so I can get that available. And then I'm going to surface mount you without a snap because that'll keep our... preserve our orientation. Surface mount you like that. Grab you. Absolute snap to dead center of the hinge, which looks correct. Yeah. 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 And then for where you are actually attached to the damn thing. Like you're... Let me... Why am I moving the... That's... Did I grab you or grab you? Grab this. And then with a single local snap, that puts it back to where it was in the first place. And then I can grab this on its own, would be the premise, if I'm allowed. That did not... no, that was the part I wanted. Wasn't it? Yeah, because it wouldn't have come off like that. So that's the part that I want. And just checking again with the absolute snap. Yeah, because that's off as well. This damn game. Yeah, I can't translate the camera, which means I'm putting things under chat here, but I need to be able to be real close in order to see. Like from a top-down perspective, you can see how that lip is off. So if I grab you here, and I just visually line you up. Okay, it's got that. And then I would want these two lips to sort of... like that be. Oh, you're supposed to be the other way around, aren't you, though? Aren't you, though? Yeah. No problem. We've got the exact position now. It's not as though I just wasted all of our time, so don't worry about it. So you'd be like that, perhaps? I mean, you want as much space as possible there, don't you? No, because they've got to be able to break out and then touch in the middle kind of a deal. So yeah, if it was gapped, it was so pleasing about there. And now I've lost my fucking hinge. You. Stay up. And now I'm talking to you, me. Don't make it not up anymore. So that can now move that to there. So you say for 12 segments I'd need 30 degrees. We have all kinds of degrees there now. Yeah, 30 was what we wanted in the first place, wasn't it? Let me just try putting this on now. Put you in place, and then we see how that looks. Ugh. Ugh? Ugh. Right? It's just ugh, though. But what about the ugh? That it just merges in those ways and looks like those things look when they look as they look, where they look like they look. Look! Back to down like this. Yeah, I'm babied by the spaceplane hangar where I can adjust things like this. You need to be further to the in a little bit on this hinge. I'm pretty sure I'm grabbing the right thing there. But can I actually be able to see in the VAB what I need to see while I'm trying to see what I need to see closely? Because the absolute snapping just ain't coming together for us. That looks more perfect than it's ever looked before. And then target angle. From here, I'm going to try grabbing this. We can always undo it. But it just don't look like it's merging correctly. Like there should be a shared, you know, one for one. We should see everything merging through each other kind of perfectly. It could be the up and down that's off as well. But the corner should be, yeah. Should end up being the same amount of space split dead in the middle, like that. And that would tell you that it's, you know, perfect. But when we try and collapse it shut, it ain't gonna look perfect, is it? No, sir. But it does get us what we need there, and it gets us the 30 degrees, and it looks the way that I would want it. So I will deal. That's fine. So from there, we've got that half built. And now that I have done that, I should be able to just copy this, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, that kind of a thing. And then attach to this side, except for I can't. I can't because we don't have a node there, but we do have a node there. We've got a node showing there and a node showing there. I suppose it's because the... Alright, it doesn't... Like, we're still okay. We just have to do it like this, which sucks. Without a snap, with a snap. What do I do here? It's not going to give me the correct angle. Oh, yes it is. There we go. And then, like that. Grab you. Absolute snap you. And find your correct position. That sucks that I have to do that every goddamn time. But that does look right. Yeah. And so, finally, like if I do it one more time over here, and you're not going to give me the ability we already established, but I don't believe. See, now that's how it's supposed to fucking work. God damn it. It's like that. But I don't necessarily, like, these aren't the pieces kind of a thing. I'm just, it's kind of sketching at this point. And then for the coupling, proper full-size docking port. Which means you need enough of a gap for the docking port. 1 degree and 360 segments. Like the two docking ports need to merge together at exactly the right angle. Is this something that could be done and it'll still, you know, look fine, like well enough anyway? No. No, the other one. You know, the angle that it's already kind of on there, and then do you not have a... Here, let me try doing you first. Alright, you little shit. I put you on, and then with the target angles, but it's got to be of the one down here, so I'm dropping that one. You said not to do that to yourself, and you didn't listen. You. Get the fuck out of my way for a minute. You can go ahead and sit there. And then bring you back in. Yeah, you see how out of whack they've gotten across those sets of moves. Alright, we see where the issue is going to be. Like my thought was, then we get to here, and maybe we can just do that on one side, on both sides, something like that, but definitely don't have quite the right gap going on, or quite the right twist, but that's okay, because this is a 4-segmented thing. So I had to kind of make it like this to get started on it, but now that we know what it looks like, the middle bit, the joint, would be where this would want to attach. So that, I mean, it doesn't have to, but it would be ideal. Which would mean building this construction off of there. And then that docking port is going to exist like kind of in the extendable, collapsible area. I don't think you can do that one. I don't think you'd be happy if you did it that way. I think you'd be kind of disappointed that that's the way that you did it. Let me see about just moving this a little bit to one side. And if we can like line those up so that it looks like their corners are reasonable. And then check all of the places that it comes together, which all look good now, except for, you know, how that is done. I'm not happy with that yet, obviously. Come on, people. You know me. Were I to take you, hold shift, and then go back by 2, and then hold you, and go forward by 2, or no, go the other direction by 2. And then go to one of them that's actually on an angle where these line up. It doesn't on any of these angles. Alright, that's fine. We'll just do it here, I guess. I'm going to take you out a bit. And take you out a bit. We're just sketching here. Don't get too upset with me yet. There's lots of upsetness to go around in the future. It's not wasted all early. Alright, stop that. 3. Non-absolute with a snap. Rotate, 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 rotate. And then we can have those things match. And mesh. Which side looks a little bit too much? I think it's this side looks a little bit too much. Pull you back. I think both sides actually pull you back. Pull you back. And we can at least see how this could be done. In order to achieve our thing. Madoodle. Could put that docking port on the same hinge situation there and then not have to drive them in at weird angles in order to get them attached when we do the assembly. That's probably the most reasonable way to do it. Because then they can be straight things. We can attach them all in a straight train of 12 and then just have all of the things go to their, you know, maximum deployable, all the hinges go to maximum deployment, and then it should just, you know, connect. But I feel like our spacing is also just a little bit wrong so far. Like if I were to grab you from here and drag you out, That's really where our problem is. We put a little bit more gap there by going to maximum, just as far out as we're allowed to go. And that looks fine. Yeah, I thought it was going to be bad. And then these don't have to be so crazy embedded kind of a deal. Rid of you. Rid of you. Yeah, a little bit wider gap right there, but I guess that's as I desire it. So another set of hinges on these, which I think I will have to, I think it'll be easiest if I just make them fresh and scratch, because they're not even going to have the same angle, I'm pretty sure. I've just gone in all of the directions. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines? In the pines. Where the sun don't ever shine. I would shiver the whole night through, but you just out there, sleeping with all the pines. Oh, you goddamn pines you love so much. If you love them so much, why don't you fucking and then you can live there with the fucking pines going out on your... What are you talking about? I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. Yeah. We know. Yep. There's got to be an angle where you prefer this side. Is that right? That's right. That's fine. That's good. That's... drag you in as well. It's about right there. Them slutty pines, right? Just walking all over the place with their friggin', and then they smell like trees. Fuckers, motherfuckers. You, like, maybe I do need to do an absolute... No, we snapped to a thing there. Yeah, but I mean, look at it. I do see what you're with your... Yeah, but look at it. This that you're invoking there. Like, if you go in further, like those two corners don't seem to be in agreement on where how they should line up, really. Yeah, what are you gonna do? We could remove that texture from all of them. We won't, because I can't be bothered. You never see them, but we could have. Just remember, we could have done that. We didn't, but damn it, if we couldn't, couldn't have not, won't, don't want to, can't, don't get fooled again. It's a George W. Bush reference, right? Isn't it? It wasn't he the one who did the whole, can't, don't, won't, can't, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. I can't, won't, don't get fooled again. That was another one of our fucking presidents over here. So we're not having with the clearances and whatnot. So don't worry about this. You're never gonna see it. We just need a hinge that functions. Just embed the shit out of that motherfucker. Real low there, and then get you onto this side, and then you're going to have to embed the shit out of the fucking because of the spaces between it. It's gonna have to be like that, like super friggin' low, for them to be able to deploy and touch in the middle. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's reasonable too. That's not... You might think that's unreasonable. I disavow and disagree. I know you want to go there, but there's another place where you could go that I'm really trying to ask you if you'd go there. Having angled it to, you know what, if I keep angling it, there you go. Wait a second. Where was that? Yeah, you need to pack in to the point where you're just above. That's how I did it on the other one. And you would also need to be just like right friggin' down there. Okay, they look like versions of each other. And then, oh, I can grab it from there. Cool. Make it easier so I can get a hold of it somehow. The model, I can't. I was lying to myself. I thought, oh, but I can get a hold of just the hinge without having to penetrate in, but no, I can't. Yeah. Hey, that's one of them. Let's have you over there. That's the other one. Let's have you over there. So, 30 divided by 2 is like somewhere between 13 and 24 or something like that. I'm going to start with like 15 degrees and we'll see how that goes. So max of 15 on you, max of 15 on you. And then okay. Now from here, draw you out, you know, kind of by eye, hopefully equally on either side. I think you guys are gonna, oh, I can't remove the yellow striping on it. Damn. So it does a little bit of this ugly merging. Oh yeah, no, you've got just way too much on one side than the other. Come on back in. No, see now you don't want them to actually impact one another in this mode. You want them to just barely be kissing. I still think you need to come out more on your side, and you need to embed a little bit more on your side. It looks wrong in the hazard tape to me, but it looks pretty right at the corner. So again, show me what that looks like when I... Yeah, I don't love how it like pulls out. Let's try moving them both in a little bit toward the corner. Just before that happens, apparently. Which apparently is just right where they were. I don't know if that's true or not, but... Yeah. I mean, man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, you know? Something is man loving you. Man's gotta do what a man's got to do. Yeah, okay. And then these would both get set to same vessel interaction, yes. Yeah. And again, like now that we've made that construction, this isn't how I'm gonna make it. This isn't the final form, you know? But, it's something. It's certainly something. Isn't it? I think this is the way that I want to accomplish it. I'm not completely dissatisfied with it. I am considering saying... fuck it. No, I'm definitely saying fuck it. Okay, this is 24, The Ring, Mark 1. Save. Because I'm definitely saying fuck it. Having seen this now, fuck it. Alright? And I'm just gonna get rid of you, I'm gonna get rid of you. And we're gonna do what we just had a minute ago, which is that, and then I should be able to hold shift and peel you off, and then still be able to grab this. And then attach in there for nearly perfect spacing. And the fact that it's nearly perfect and not perfect means we need to come out just a little bit more. I mean, that's fine. That's fine, because this isn't... And then these get broken off and attached to either side. Kind of a deal. I am running the risk here of never being able to get the attachment because these things bump into each other and prevent it. I think I can do my best for it. A lot of these parts, especially like the little ends like that, don't actually have physical borders to them and boundaries and don't actually have a bounding box to them. But I think I can, you know, run the gambit here in the safest way possible. But yeah, what I'm saying, that I didn't actually say, what I'm getting at with this is that I'm going to use the smaller docking ports, but they're going to be in here, and then we can have a continuous, you know, visual aesthetic while still having, you know, the connection. Because, as I may have mentioned previously, Focket was... It's long been a part of my platform here at the Ronin Pawn channel. Focket is... What we really need to do is, so if I can get a hold of this alligator hinge, close you up, just to be able to pull you away for a minute. And yeah, that little bit of translation will accumulate over time. But then I think what I do is I take you off of here, and I flip you over, I attach you on that side as well, and then we rip it into halves. So, actually it would be, you come off? Yeah. Yeah. And then we don't, we could have this, yes. But then this would be the one that's limited to the 15 degree. I'll leave it out so that it's easier to attach to, and then I just get rid of you on the other side, and then you would be limited to the 15 degree as well. And then we're going to use the juniors instead of what we were using. If I put one onto you there, and I put one onto you there, and the way that I can try and make sure that this works out over time is I could, let's say, 1 shift snap in, 2 shift snaps in, 1 shift snap in on you, 1 shift snap in on you, and then they should be, you know, maybe they'll be close enough, is the hope there. We can always put this on a platform, take it outside onto the pad and give it a test, but now that I've done that, I need to get back in here, grab onto this friggin' hinge, and bring the angle back in. And we have the look that we're looking for. And now in here, we need to adjust this kind of everything. Oh, okay, at 15 degrees, you guys are both, like, these are already hitting each other at a 15 degree deployment. Shit. Because that makes us into a, like, we've got the right gap, too, you know? That is the right amount of space. I guess, let me try, if I got an idea. So if I take our hinges, these two things, and I say for you, on your own axis, shift snap, 1 to your away, and then on this axis, shift snap, 1 to your away. If I went 2, 2's going to be too much. 2 is too much. Too much! And if I grab you... and take you out, you're always going to have the same, like... so you gotta... merge you in. Merge you in. Okay. And then this is where we have to get into the... apparently we just have to eyeball it mode. Bring you to there. Bring you to there. That's definitely more than the other one got. Pull you in. Pull you in. You also do appear to be at different things, even though we've tried to simulate everything on snaps until this point. You can see that there's a lifting edge right there, which says that they're not actually where we'd want them to be. If I grab you, and I pull you this way, that seems to get you into line on that axis. Yeah, there's just that little bit of space between you. And then that comes down to whether or not these parts will be able to do what they're doing in there, the way that they're doing them. I guess this comes down to that adjustment that I just made. Shit. No. What? I mean, the translation. We'll just have to undo it, but not through the Control Z, because I'm not sure what order I did it in. But the problem really is that between each one of these... don't we need to introduce a little bit of... God damn it. Can't see. A little bit of translation? Or was it implicit in the creation of it? Let me collapse you back down and see. I think it was. I think it was implicit in the creation of it. Maybe that's why, because it doubled it up. Yeah, we've got translation on there, but then maybe it's because we've got translation on this one as well, and it kind of doubled up that effect. Mm-hmm. That seems plausible. So really, I'm going to Control Z. No, I'm not. You're not? No, but I need to, like, pull this one out a little bit. From here, even. No? Can we get that offness? Maybe we just give it 14 on one side and 16 on the other. You know? Meet in the middle. Compromise. So you, let's say you're 14 degrees. And you, let's say you're 16 degrees. And now the spacings aren't quite right there, but how are we looking at, like, the corner for you two? Still not there. Pin and hold. And then push me in here. And pin and hold this other one. Oh, well, that's not helping you at all there. That's why. You're putting the 14 and 16 on the wrong one. It's got to be 14 there and 16 there. Friend. If that's how you want to adjust that. Right. So you can go back to your meet in the middleness. 15. 15. Hit. Hit. Everybody do the Macarena or whatever. You see how cleanly those overlap, and then these two, there's that texture tearing thing that's going on there because they just ain't quite right. very inconvenient to build things under fuselage. And by the way, did I say that we were sketching? Because the thing is, once we get this right, this isn't going to be 3 of those all the way around. But hopefully once we get it right, I can like take the various pieces and use them. So at a 29, it's a ½ degree. It's a ½ degree's difference. Because if I made that one a 31, it wouldn't quite... If you were a 29 and you were a 29, it's just going to end up with the same kind of weirdness going on. Shit. Shit. Donkey. Hey, Ronan, what are you doing? Just working on this, this robotics... Ew. Sorry. This robotics deployable ring space station. And the final joint is the touchy one. Who would have guessed? Like, we all knew that that was how it was going to be. We didn't really have to guess. This final little joint, what is our problem there? If I move this one in from way back here, like, yeah, I grab you there. No snap. Into about there. And that shouldn't have affected anything really over here. And it's fine. It's absolutely fine. It looks beautiful, and then it's just down to the docking ports that are in here, being able to actually, like, make a connection with one another without the pieces bouncing off of each other, you know? I'll bring you in a little bit. I gotta try and measure this visually of which side needs to have more at any given point. Bring you in a little bit. And then bring you in a little bit. That's too much. Pull you back a touch. Bring you in. And we can see that there's like a... not quite being aligned on that axis. And then same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes. Alright, that's something that can be tested anyway. So maybe we'll test it on the pad. And, yeah, and then take a live stream break and then come back and start ripping it apart in order to get the various sections in the way that we want it, and then, you know, making sure that each section has its own, like, controllability so that we can assemble them in space. It's okay, Paul. It took NASA 20 fucking years to design and build the JWST, so you can totally take 20 hours. It's cool, no worries. Well, this isn't the JWST, so this will be done in one live stream. We've only been here 2.5 hours. We're fine. This looks good. The design looks good. Things are cool. What I need now is a way of holding it up when we put it outside. You guys, by the way, did I... Same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes. And that should apply to all of those. So those would need to be like that. And then what we want to do here for the test will be, number one, give it a way to hold it up. So under structural, give me some launch clamps. And yeah, since everything will be happening from here, I think we're fine to hold it from the outside right there. Just for stability in gravity. And the only part that I really want to test is having all of these hinges deploy. So let's see, from you it goes there, 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 there. So I just have to get it once for each one of them and then build them onto an action group, I guess. We want to start with them undeployed, not deployed. So you pull you up. Well, your target angle, you can actually remain. Yeah, I don't have to fuck with that one. I start from here and here. And that's going to be this hinge is 0. I'm going to do it all in stages here. I know I'm grabbing them. I'll have to grab them again, but I don't want to flip back and forth between the two interfaces. So U to 0. U to 0. Maybe I should actually... We don't need 2 hinges here. One hinge with one mounted over there and then one hinge that opens to a 30 could get that done. Alright, let's bear that in mind for a future attempt. But right now, yeah. Alright. We will force them to abide my will. We'll just do it like that. Alright, so that gets all of our pieces, you know, out there and together kind of the way that they would be in space. We'd take them up in chunks, 3 straight train sections, and then curve them all together and make it work. I'm going to try and action group this because it's always more impressive when you action group it. So action group 1 should actually be the deployment of these little guys to make sure that they're in the correct position when we start bringing things together. And we would toggle hinge because it's got a maximum, and that's all that needs to happen is toggle that hinge and it will go out to its maximum. You as well. Same on everybody else. Oh wait, but this will be on 2. The rest of it will be on 2. Well, then on custom 1, you need the other guy too. This is not the way that you'd want to do this either. Like, you wouldn't attach it. You'd attach them one at a time, end to end to end, and then you would close the final end on itself, kind of a deal. Be how you'd want that to roll. So toggle that hinge as well, and you will deploy to your thing. And then on 2, we get all of the hinges that actually break our segments. So, nope, you. Toggle your hinge. Toggle your hinge. Toggle your hinge. And that should be all of the things. So we're only looking for a moderate level of success here in what we're attempting here. How many action groups did the JWST have? So far, it's got 1, 2, 3. We're not done with it yet. It'll probably have 5 by the end. Something like that. It's not unreasonable for how many things it's going to do. That's the ring Mark II. And we're going to put it out on the pad, test it, and then regardless of how it goes, we'll have a live stream break, and then we'll come back and we'll fix it up. It has no means of control. Okay, thank you for pointing that out to me. How about if you had one of those, and then you had one of these? You got a probe, and you got a battery. Huh? Now, save and launch. And we'll see what we can do. An RTG. You're always trying to get me to put a radioactive battery on here. So little floppy under curb gravity. We can fix that with the cheats gravity hack. 0.01 gravity. Yeah, you guys just like noodles in the wind. Just wait for them to settle. Yeah, why not radioisotope thermal generators? They're fun and make the worms. Okay, so number 1, when I hit 1, that deploys our crew hatches that are supposed to attach by the interior. But this is where we see whether or not any of this shit works. Shall we watch it from above? F2 and 2. Shit just snapped right together. I didn't expect that to be that immediately successful. That's odd to me, and I'm pretty sure we are attached in every single point that we possibly could be. That's all of it. That works. Bit aggressive, but it works. Yeah, we might want to slow down how quickly the motors take over and move us around and whatnot. It also suggests that maybe the hinges that we're using are a little bit big, that we could have gone with the smaller ones, but I think it's fair and it makes sense. And that's the basic structure of our ring, and that's how it'll go together. And that way we can bring it all up in 3 or 4 trips, really, because if each one of these sections that breaks into 4 train cars, if each one of these sections is 4 train cars, we could put one of them on a ship and send that section up, and then same for the next 2, and then we'll have this central bit that could go up on a ship that has the solar panels. I mean, it's potential that we could try and yank all 3 of these sections up in one ship and just have them hanging next to each other underneath a larger fairing kind of a thing, but it's a packable concept. And just because this has been too successful, like here's another part of the original concept, is just, yep, there you go. We can fold that up. I think it's supposed to go to like a 90, maybe a little bit more than a 90 kind of a thing. And then all I'd have to do is release the launch clamps. And we're still not, oh, okay. Oh, right, because no gravity. Sure. Why are we out of electricity? We're out of, no we're not. Why can't I control you anymore? Aha! Oh, well, it's because it's a circle and there's structural form to it. It's resisting you because, it works. It's free! Lovely. Lovely. And then, put a rotor on it and spin that thing. Make some gravity for everybody, Now it's a dinghy. Oh, it's a jellyfish. Where's the kaboom? I was waiting for the kaboom. There was supposed to be a massive kaboom. Yeah. So that's good. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. It works. It works better than I thought it would work. It's not getting in the way of itself. So we can just proceed with these designs. Although I might want to minimize the number of hinges because we don't need 2 of them going to 15 degrees. If I have one that's flat on this side, then the other one can be on a hinge and come to it. So that might be where we go with that after the live stream break. But mainly it's going to be figuring out what each of these sections is going to have in it, including the ability to power and move itself for the purpose of assembly, which again will all happen after the live stream break that we're going to have right now. 7 to 8 minutes, sometimes 9, never 10, sometimes 10 and a half, but never 10. I refuse to do that. I wouldn't do that to you. So 7 minutes, go grab a drink, take a pee, meet me back here, pulling that out. I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're building a ring space station in Kerbal space program to go in orbit of Kerbin and be the platform for a return system that we've already designed, and it's got to have fuel bearing capacity eventually and all of those things. But right now, we're focusing on the ring and the crew bearing portion of this mess that it is. So I'm thinking that we only... I'm fully happy to have this be like a 6-person thing. Six crew bearing six squirrels sitting on a bench, sitting on a branch, something on your uncle's ranch. You know that old nursery rhyme. Six Kerbals is fine. So if we've just got one of these things on each side, it also should be like a crew, like a command area kind of thing. But I don't know that we're going to have it. It's going to be probe controlled. We'll imagine that there's one of these. They're controlling it from over here, kind of a deal. Yeah. Six socks. Red socks. Red, Mr. Red Panda. Welcome in. See, I just put it all together in my brain. It became the thing. Yeah. So we've just tested this on the pad. It absolutely links up to one another when we just grab it and force it to suddenly snap into a ring configuration, which isn't the way that it would happen in space. But this was, mainly a sketch. So I'm thinking that if we're just going to have one crew compartment, one crew cabin on each of these things, it should be here in the middle and not at the ends. But what we've got here is, if I just merge myself in, then we can grab onto a hinge that exists between each of these sections, and they go out to 30 degrees each, and we have 12 sections, and 30 times 12 apparently equals 360, they tell me, which is the number of degrees in a circle, according to human silliness, in our belief that we know anything about anything. And then 30 out there, and then what do we got? We've got a ring space station, and it worked on the pad, so we're good there. What I need to do, what I want to do, what I need to do, what I need to want to do is grab the ends that will need to be the ends now that we've already fashioned them and make some sub-assemblies out of them. So, we go over to sub-assemblies, and if I just grab you from the place at which you're actually connected, which is this guy, okay, then I can grab you off and drop you over here and say that this is going to be the, we'll just say ring 1, because there will be more ring space stations. Or during the live stream break, I'm thinking we could do this with just, it could be 12 still, but it's 2 things, and then it's 6. We drag the 6 up at one. We're going with this design. Ring 1, it's ring 1. And this would be the end bit. The end bit. Save you. I'm gonna need that. And then if I just yank that off, not the way that you're thinking though, because you've got a dirty mind. If I yank that off, and then I take this and I right there, and I say ring 1 mid bit, then that should be all that we need to be able to reassemble this however and as ever and wherever and whenever we want it to be. That ring bit could then be is there a problem with... I'm thinking just in case this becomes an issue, I'm going to do this just... I'm not sure. I'm not breaking it down in my head, but if I rip you off as well and then grab this one from this side and say ring 1 mid bit left, just in case we need that. Don't capitalize in the parentheses. What are you, an animal? What? Yep. So then, yeah, actually everything that's here right now is as it would be, as we want it to be. And then it's a matter of, everything else, of having the utility, the ability to, I may not even need the subassemblies I've just made, but we've made them. The utility, the ability to the things do. Wait a second, what are you doing? There's an extra bit merge. No, that's right. Okay. For each of these things to be able to steer itself and everything else. I think, so if you're going to be there, let's have another gap bit here. So under structural, the small T12 tube, and like that, onto there, up to this length. We could make it orange. We could make the whole thing orange. What are you, a monster? So you go off that way, and then there's either one extra on... Yeah, it's going to be one extra on both sides. So that would be the end bit, and then that would attach to the end. Which means if you wanted to do the left thing that you did before, you should have already done it with the other... Grab from the other side, change the fucking goddammit. I might have screwed myself over here a bit. So back to the subassemblies. Ring 1 end bit. This would be one of our end bits. And if adjust you like that and then like that. Except for look at you. Just look at you. This is gonna need to be collapsed then so that I can have it on a flat angle when I do an absolute. Snap. So you back to 30. And then gimme you with a absolute snap, grab, shift, grab, pull, and you still ain't right. You son of a bitch. I'll get you right myself, as I just have to do so often in this goddamn game. You're still a little bit extended out, so tweaks will need to be done here, apparently. Why? Why, though? But why? Just don't want any weird texture tearing going on. I mean, look at how nicely these flush right up against it, no texture tearing, and then this one's just being a bitch to me. Like, nah. And then you're totally with the tears and the textures there. That's so wrong. You damn game. Yeah, I can still see the texture tearing going on when I move the camera there. And when I move the camera there. Alright, you're just gonna have to have a little bit extra gap because it's game. Fair enough. It's not, but we'll live with it. So that's the end bit. That's the end bit in the wrong direction, Pawn. That's why you're having the trouble. I see. So it's like that it's supposed to be? Yes, that's why I was having the trouble. And then just to make sure... Yep. And that's all that's supposed to do. Although I have doubts about that now because I did want to assemble them like right in a row straight into one another. I won't even be able to see where that docking port is the way that it's constructed right now because of the embed that's going on there. So that's a thing. Whatever. Well, whatever, I guess. Let's go ahead and collapse this down too for the ease of manufacture along the rest of this thing. So if that is as it is, where it is, when it is, how it is, who is it? It is. Then from here, we build on one more section, and this will be the section that contains all the goodies, all of the parts, all of the things that allow each one of these sections to handle itself. And again, it's going to be one of these, isn't it? And it's going to be another structural tube at that length, like so. And now we need all of the goodies and the bits and the goodies and the goodies and the bits, the good. So start with control, Each of them, just because it's the lightest weight we've got, we'll have the Probidyne Octo 2. It doesn't really matter where we put it. I just like the idea of actually putting it somewhere that wouldn't be in the way of your ability to walk around in the thing, if you were able to walk around in the thing. And I'm not concerned with the fact that this will, I'm concerned with that it would offset the weight. I'm not concerned with it making it so that the control directions will be wrong, because we'll have docking ports that we can click on at either end in order to, say, control from here, and then we can control in the direction that we want. So that would be on the wall. You know, remember that the floor is always the exterior because it'll be a rotating ring. And so what look like the top and bottom now are actually the walls, the sides. What in the Lord's Jesus hell is he doing? Beyblade? Maybe. So yeah, that can be there. Could be. Might be. Would be. Each of them will need a little bit of electricity to maintain themselves. And we can be a little overkill with that, I think. Just for the sake of it. So you don't, yeah, you damn well should. I'll grab you like that and then flip you upside down. And then pull you back down and attach you to the wall. As long as you're not piercing through the other side, then I'm happy with that. So what are the weights of this? This is a 0.01 ton thing. Octo 2 is a 0.04 ton thing. And I could create, independent, connection points and say, you know what, I will. I will, because it makes my brain happy just thinking about it. Instead of consuming these nodes in weird ways and then dragging it all around. It'll give it something to stand off of. And, if the game understood its own directions. What are you doing, game? And then, nope, but then that's not at all the... You know what? Just put it there. Drag you down flat. Flat, though. What if flat? What about flat? You've got... No, you're fine. Just down to flat. Bastard. And then with an absolute translational snap, that'll pull it to the dead center of the thing. And then you're like so. And then our octo can be there. Merged. Yeah. Yeah. It's on the wall. And then how far can I, embed you until you start coming out the other side? About to there. Sure. And then the same deal on the other side, except we'll have a battery on it when we when we get to that. I might have better luck just... No, I won't have better... Okay. Thanks, Kerbal. Alright, this works well enough. And that should be an absolute dead center snap. Put you down by one. In fact, if I can hit you with an absolute dead center snap there too, then you'll be at the same heights and everything. You, put you on. Let's spin you around. So that the control panel is facing us. And then merge you down inside as well. That's not at all... How have we got two different... Is this a trick of the camera? What's going on here? Looking at it like those aren't dead center above one another like they should be. Absolute snap, hit. Absolute snap, hit. Alright, it's a trick of the camera. It's distortion of perspective of lens. Because we're too high. If I went up and looked down, and then we're more in the center of the lens, it still don't look right. Alright, though. Alright, though. Alright, though. So, you know, that's a bit of a stretch of corridor that you'd be a little bit, you gotta just get skinny. It's a space station. What are you gonna do? Kerbal would fit right through there just fine. So we've got control for each. We've got a bit of power for each. 200 on that, and then 5 on use. 205 EC. We need just simple monoprop like things is what we need. So let's look at where we're going to keep our balls. I could have actually like a proper fuel tank, but I don't want anything to have to be center. I do want to like preserve the idea that we could walk around in this mofo. Which means that it has to be on either side. For the sake of similarity and convenience, could I attach this to you guys? Like that. And then I don't mind this like piercing and going out the other side. In fact, I think it would be nifty to... Like how much is it going to be? 15 total? Monoprop? Yeah, alright. I ain't got a problem with that. Do I? You might. We'll see when we get there. There. Absolute snap. Translate in by 1, translate out by 1. And we've got perfect symmetry there. But we do have that weight imbalance of 0.04 here and 0.01 there. So that's a thing to know is technically true. So that gives us monoprop storage for each of them. Only 15 monoprop, not a lot to work with. I don't know, should we upgrade it? Should it be bigger? Should I go up to the larger balls? Should I go up to a cylindrified monoprop tank? Maybe I do. Maybe. Let me try that on this side. I'll rip you off. I'll put one of you on here. And then absolute snap rotation up to there, absolute translation to there. And then again, still kind of liking the idea of it being a little bit merged. Yeah, and I dig the little footers that are holding everything up there. That's beautiful. I mean, it's increasing our weight and giving us a lot of fucking monoprop, but it will be the monoprop for the ship, you know, for the station itself as well. So, not a completely ridiculous thing to have a good whack of monoprop on here. Oh, but really, it would have to be there to be central. So you would come back by 1 on this side. Everything should be, yeah, those were all absolute translations. And then if I hold shift and go up by 1, if I hold shift and go up by 2, it ends up taking up a lot of space on the outside too, which could be ultimately problematic for packing it up and sending them up under fairings and stuff like that. But, what are you gonna do? Oh, I forgot to take my other ball off. Thank you. My ball is in there. Just imagine this will be, you know, a repeating thing that is happening on all the sides of the ship. I think it'll be neat. I can't change any of the visuals of any of that stuff. Are we cool with that? We'll now have 100 monoprop per, which is 300 monoprop total, which I guess means that'll just be the complete monoprop storage for the entire craft. If we ever need to drain monoprop from something, it'll be draining from here. We won't have any, you know, we'll have a liquid fuel field, but no additional monoprop field attached to the station. Because that's a lot, and it's excessive. Center of mass on this is going to be very much pulled toward this side. This is going to be the lightweight end right there, so I guess we want to steer it forward like that. And if that is going to be the end, then we can go ahead and slap on the end, because I don't think we need to pack anything else inside. So, ring 1, end bit. Sort by name. Ring one end bit. And then don't do it the wrong way like you did before, you git. That is the correct orientation and attachment for that, and that closes it off, and there's our little ring. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So now we need monoprop, you know, thrusters. We need control over this craft, and these thrusters will be for the whole space station as well once it's assembled, so we want to be thoughtful about how we put them together. Sort by mass. I'm certainly leaning toward the 105s there. It's nice to have these little variable these tiny ones for, you know, minor adjustments and everything. I kind of prefer those for something big, but it's going to be, it's weighty already. What kind of weights are we talking about right now? 7.3 tons. It's not that heavy. But yeah, the bigger thruster blocks, and then the deal would be where and how. How and where. Deep and wide. Deep and wide. There's a mountain flowing deep and wide. Let's go to the Mark III. Save that. Because I want to rip you off. And I think I want to get down to just this, too. Which means that I'm going to throw all that away. Give me you as the root part. And then I'll just set you way the hell over there for now, I suppose. Having you stand off there also is another center of mass kind of an issue. But it shouldn't be that meaningful. A craft of this size, but now we can see where the you know, dead center of mass will be on this, when it's got a full tank anyway, which it will have when it's moving itself into position, which is the only time we really care about these for it as an individual. But putting one there would give us, you know, some axes of rotation. If I go up to the 5-horn, that gives us all of them on one side in one direction, and then if I put, you know, if I double this up actually, can I just, with you, where you're supposed to be, and then on both sides, like that, I mean, I might even be willing to say, fuck it, you know, and just so that it looks centered. Close enough, you know, kind of a thing for getting the rotations. That would give us rotation that way, rotation that way. Forward, back, translation. The only thing that it couldn't do is nose us up and nose us down. And we don't have any SAS on this either right now. Do we want to control the rotation with SAS? That's an option. Control the rotation with SAS, and then just give it the ability to thrust in the direction that it needs. And my answer would be no, because it's a space station and this is going to help with its final construction again. I turn my pick off to eat and come back to this. Your PC? Your PC pick? This gives us most of the vectors that we want, and if we need to nose up or down, we can always roll it and then pull up, down kind of thing. Again, it only matters for the original assembly. And that gets us all the directions that we should really need. You guys need to stand off a little bit more. I don't like it that your horns are genuinely embedded into shit. So that's monoprop, that. It's got the ability to control itself with the probe that we put in. It's got electric storage. It doesn't have any electric generation now, but that will be attached to something over there. So as long as it can store what it needs to attach, which it definitely has enough, then we should be fine for that. Before I forget about it, the thing you've always got to do with every probe that you put on in this fucking game is hibernate in warp auto. You don't want it doing its own thing. So, in addition, we'd have some exterior bits, right? So, number one, communication. I think it'll just look cool if we've got some... This is like an antenna. Even though it's just like a crappy antenna, It's just going to look cool. We're right at, you know, LKO. We've got the fully upgraded comms, or the fully upgraded whatever it is, tracking center. With you being there, yeah. Give it, in fact, here's what I'm going to do. What are you going to do? I'm going to have you like there. Yeah. And then go ahead and deploy. No, I just want one of them. Didn't mean to have two. One of them just slightly off center. In fact, if I grab you and then I have an absolute snap and then I halfway come back. Yeah. And then a light. A flashing navigation light kind of a thing. And again with you, absolute snap. I think you're actually at a reasonable place right there. And then if we turn you on, make you red, blink is on. Motion detector off, no. Blink period is 1 second. Blink period is 2 seconds. Make you blend in a little bit more. Not really seeing any light being kicked out by the thing right now. I wonder if we'd be better served by having it point the other direction and reversing, yeah, where the antenna is, because now we're seeing, yeah, that'll help a little bit to actually cast that light onto something. So pull you here, a half tick to there, and then pull you here, and there. Yeah, it'll be neat. There's no alternate, yeah, no alternate antenna view for that kind of a thing. I suppose actually then, let's have these lights both sides. Absolute snap, half, shift half pull, and then having those both sides. They're not in fucking sequence, Kerbal? Did you assume that the blink period on 2? Alright, well I guess they were started at different time. There we go. Nope. Blink on. So you don't remember the characteristics? Blink. There you go. Fuck. This game. They almost finished it. They almost nearly. Okay, that's it then. Hello, the Light Guy 89. How's it going? Good. I think that's it. That's the whole friggin', like, you know, human compartment ring thing. It's as simple as that, and it should be as simple as that. It shouldn't be like a crazy thing that takes a whole bunch of effort to assemble. Yeah. So it's just 3 of those that get hooked together around this hinging section. And for the sake of it, we'll put you back on. And then maybe I make you the centerpiece again. And yeah, I hate to do it. Then don't do it. Alright, I won't do it then. I'm just gonna rip you off from here. So you've all lost your symmetries. I'll rip you off from here, and we'll just simulate it. We won't do it with symmetry here. We definitely don't need to. But just for the sake of being able to put it out on the pad and see it work, hopefully. And then we don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. I mean, we may when we get around. The next thing is figuring out what this is actually going to be, because it just is what it is right now. That's amazing. Yeah, nasty, yummy. It's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, and I love the cast that we're getting on that side, like, because we're, Yeah, because the light isn't shining on us. That's nice. Look at that. Throw in little extra things there. It makes me want to put the lights in both directions. Yes, it does. Alright, now then I'm going to do that. Is that what you're going to do? Yeah. So then the antenna will be like right there, squeezed between them. I grab you, and then I flit you around, and I put you like that on both sides. Yeah. Hit you with an absolute snap. Hit you with no delaying. So what you saying, yo? Silly with my 9 milli, what the dealio? When I get on the mic, yes, I do my duty-o. While up in the club like while in the studio. You don't want to violate, really and truly, yo. My main thug named Julio. He moody, yo. Type it. That'll hit you with the tulio. Scared to death, act fruity, yo. That. Oh, no, I can say fuck that. That's fuck is fine. Fucking fuck it. Now that looks lewd. Oh, yes, it does. That's good. Excellent. And just so that we can see it all properly dialed up and everything, I will reproduce that over here. And over here. Goodbye. Hello. Hello, goodbye. Now our assemblies, no, our action groups probably aren't still functional. One is doing way too much shit. No, it does look like it's all still there. But it's duplicated because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then over here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay. That will all work. All right, let's put the clamps back on it. Clamps. Out of clamps, boss. Shit. So I guess I'm gonna have to do these one at a time. Put it out on the pad and press some buttons and see it come together and see what she looks like when she's out there. Save this as the ring mark 4. And put her out. Nipple clam. Clamps. You want us to give him the clamps, boss? No, clamps. Nah. Okay, now we've got, oh, that's beautiful. What's happened right there, completely intentional. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it at all. What the fuck? Target angle 0, and you've just... It'll pull itself together. It's because they're all on separate launch enhancers, and so it like just got a little bit extra pressure on it because it's Kerbal. Can I just say that? It's Kerbal. So step 1 is we press 1, and those deploy. And then step 2 is we press 2, and everything else snaps in, and then they just connect in the middle, pay no attention to the actual middle bit, and there's our ring station. And importantly, it looks really boring from the outside, but that's the floor to the people who are on the inside of it. Ooh, and those lights. Ooh, and those lights, though. Yeah. Yeah, we should see this in the night. Not in the noontime, in the nighttime. Yeah. No, not quite as bright as I would like it on those parts. But it's doing the thing. It's cool. That's cool. You know, the idea is that you put this in rotation around Kerbin where it's pointing. This side is facing Kerbin, and then the other side is just facing out from Kerbin. It's on the radial vector. And then when you're, walking past the window, you can see Earth on one side, Kerbin on one side, and then just nothing, empty, dead, void of space on the other. And then you can just question the nature of your own existence. Perfect. It's perfect. All right. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. We're good. Decouple? No, I'm not. It's too much work. Too much effort to do that sort of a thing. So, okay. It's the ring mark 4. I'm going to get rid of these launch clamps. And then the center bit here, I could have just held the center bit with one launch. The center bit here is what needs to be considered next. I'm not harmed. I'm not angry. I ain't gonna hurt nobody over the way that it is right now. Pretty okay, but it also needs to be a part that can, control itself separately and do the things that it needs to do when it does things. Yo. So it would be nice, I don't think I'm going to get this, but wouldn't it be nice if I could get close enough to even do what I'm thinking? If I pull you off, do we have an empty? We do. So I'm going to pack the probe core for this guy in here, but I'm going to give him his own battery first. Battery for you. Where did I drop that probe core? Yeah, there it is. Come on down. Down where the down is. Get up to get down. Put you in like that. Down there though. What down? Did you? Yeah, dick. So there's our internals for control. We can also pack a little monoprop in here because it's going to need it. Let's just do one big ball. Or we could top it off with one of these guys, couldn't we? Does that fit under there? Oh yeah, fits fine under there. So that's one ball for 20 monoprop on that. Or it gets heavier and we still have that same weight, just a different packing style. Yeah, that's fine. And we're never going to see this. So now he's got enough monoprop to move himself around a little bit. Put you back on. We got to make sure that we're getting the right attachment point, which would be the lower of the two. So monoprop storage, electricity, doesn't really need its own comms. It's nice that these are here. They're really there as a visual aesthetic. We're close enough to Kerbal at this point. And it'll have to have a comms platform of some kind attached to it. From this center bit, we would want to do a thing. Probably. Maybe the top. Just thinking of kind of appearances I like, because we're going into the clamp or the docking ports, and the small ones are small ones is the thing. They're small ones. This is also going to have to be the fuel platform, so I'm thinking of like making the bottom bit bigger so that it can attach a more structurally stable thing. But if I do that, then that means that the emergency escape pods would have to be one side. I mean, if they're there and then like the fuel platform is down there, I just liked the idea of having the fuel platform separated out away from the station by the width and length and of the escape pods, or of our lawn chart system rather. So maybe I just don't. Maybe it is like this. Maybe it is like this. You got one of those on either side, and then it does whatever it does. This thing is going to need its own ability to like haul itself around. It would have to go up separate from the lawn chart system because it's just not going to pack up well with the lawn charts. The lawn chart system is a pretty big thing, lots of parts. So if it has to go up separately, like what else? We should have like the comms platform built on it. SAS? SAS is a good call. SAS is a good call, cute shark. We're already kind of taking up the space in here, but there's empty room there as well. If I put the SAS about middle, that couldn't hurt anybody. Except that actually makes it as weak as it could possibly be. Just one little guy, not a big, nasty. We've got monoprop for for making big adjustments like that. And I put you there, and then I put you under there, and we're all still nicely packed up in the middle. Also, rotors on the mid-bit to allow it to free spin. That's right. That is right. So it's, the idea is 2 rotors either side so that the things that come out can be freestanding and it's spinning from both sides in the middle is the concept there, correct? That's how you do what you do when you do it. So robotics, light duty rotor. We have bought into it is the rotors that we want. A standard rotor. Let's buy in to both of these so we can see what we like. Yeah, I like that. I mean, we can look at the other one. And when you go on there, ooh, it's a little sexy. This one looks a little bit more structurally sound, I'm gonna guess. Rotors do have variants. Yeah, no, you can have that. Warning tape. Yeah, I like the structurally sound version, which is this one. And that allows the mid-bit to spin as the bits that come off of them stand still. It's good as hell, Pawn. Okay. And... Like, I'm already thinking about the lighting, and I need to stop thinking about the lighting. Assume there's a tube, crawl, walkway between the 3 bits. No, we're, you know, imagining that this all attaches together. I mean, the docking ports, we have to put them together the way that we put them together. But we're imagining that this just all goes like that. In terms of, like, between these 3 bits, I guess we can imagine that you can come to the center to do, like, work on the middle thing in an emergency. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't really caring one way or another because we're using the smallest of the docking ports, so I was like, who gives a damn? But, yeah, you can get real small and climb in. It's a Jeffries tube. I'm just wondering whether or not to build the comms platform on this thing before we go into the rotational shit. The rotational shit. And if that side is going to be facing Kerbal, which in my mind it is, then I would do it the other way, because comms with Kerbal will be easy. Comms with things out in space would be... It doesn't really, you know, matter in the game. It's just how you'd choose to do it. We could just leave it like that, Pawn, and then attach, you know, whatever sort of comms stuff you want on it. I mean, it's not really helpful to us, I think, at Kerbal, to have powerful antennas just a little bit, you know, above Kerbal. Our main comm system on the ground is going to be more powerful than anything that I have that I could put on this system, I'm pretty sure. But we can, you know, something. We can something. And there's 2 versions of that. There's the one with the smaller thing. You guys weigh not an insignificant amount, but that's kind of neat. Yeah, so we could be okay with that. No, I've clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. But, yeah, no. But, no. Okay. Stop with your matrix screens. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. And they even went on a decent point. Let's make it so that there's a little bit less, you know, having to pack it upness. If I bring you in more, it's really just a matter of whether or not I can get those down. Yeah. That's all fine and well, and good even, one might say. I could merge them in. I don't think I will. I think I like them where they're standing. One of the few part attachments in Kerbal where it's like, hey, you don't look like you're floating or excessively embedded. That just looks right. That must have been a late game model. Late model to come to the game. Oh, Jesus, what is that? Is that a dick and balls? Oh, no, it's just an antenna with lights. Twitch. That's all that is. That's all you're looking at there. Don't you fucking worry about it. So, with the rotors, I've never done this, rotational, with the, and then it's rotating thing. So, rotation direction, like, one of you needs to be counterclockwise, the other needs to be clockwise. RPM limit, 460 rotations per minute. That'll definitely create some gravity for you. I think that might be slightly excessive. 60 rotations per minute would be 60 revolutions per minute would be, you know, one rotation per second, right? Like, is the RPM limit 5 per minute? We don't want to just crank an ass up here, do we? It's down to 5. You are clockwise. Lock, no. Motorized, yes. Motor, sure. All of those things. You are going to need hefty battery. And a lot of power generation. A lot of power generations you're going to want to keep up with that. What's my biggest battery right now? Because I put the smallest in there. Biggest battery that I've got. I mean, I have not unlocked RPG, so we're not doing the whatever you keep saying, the radiothermic isotropic balls. We're not doing that. But I could go up to a 1K battery somewhere in here. What's the center of mass for the whole craft right now? I kind of need to see this without you guys attached. And you guys don't even need to be here, because you're just duplications of the one we've been working on. So pulling the center of mass up, and pull it more toward the middle. Put you there. And let's make sure that the panel is accessible to the service technicians, and then like that. Pulls it up a little bit. Doesn't have to be good at all, ever. Jizz lanes tube? Jizz. Stop. Stop. That looks alright. It does make me want to look at this again, though. I might, you know, the orange is, but like that little flash of color might be worth it. Let me look at this again. Ooh. No, I might like the interior of it being, you know, all of that. It just looks fucking industrial. Yeah, and then it comes out to, you know, the other stuff. So you imagine you crawl through the tube and then it's really spooky and dark and scary in there and you realize that you really shouldn't be here and your life is in danger in being here. So these pack up under a fairing something like that. Why are you all considered 3 separate things and no longer linked together, you bastards? Oh, you bastards, because you changed the center of something to the center? Reroute? No, that is the root. Okay, I'm gonna... You're gonna? If you change it, Pawn, yeah? Then you have to, like, all of this stuff. You could just live with the fact that they're no longer, you know, attached. Yes, I could. So, power generation, power platform, you know? It's a pretty big and important part of everything that's going on here. I just reattach you. And we'll go up to the ring mark 5. And I'm not going to put the other bits on because it'll all get ripped apart eventually. Save you there. power generation. Is the power generation built on this thing? You know, on this center bit? Or is it something that is... you know? I think importantly, the power generation does need to be its own separate deal. 680 RPM for 1G gravity at 7 meter radius. Yeah, you'd probably have to really crank that son of a bitch up, huh? 680 rotations per minute. Is that the size that you've already figured that out? Jesus, you did all the maths. Yeah, width of 7.6 meters. That's from this side to this side. I mean, 7.6 from the center, 7. It's not even fully 7 meters, is it? In terms of out from center, in terms of radius, not circumference, or diameter. $680 RPM kind of sounds like a lot for a space station. I wanted it to be small. They don't need all that gravity. A little bit will do. So long as if they like drop something, it eventually gets to the ground. You know, it's really just so that when the janitorial crew comes through, they can clean up without having to like work on everything everywhere. You know, eventually all of the space dust, skin flecks, and people's juices and things, it'll all fall to the ground. It'll be fine. Alright, so, like, what the hell does the platform look like for the solar panels and whatnot? Let's build off of these, because I like them. I like their visual, so drop the liquid fuel fuselage, just make it empty. And then let's look at, like, the biggest, meatiest, beefiest, motherfucking, but packable, solar panels that we've got. So, sorted by mass, it's the Gigantors. Is the big thing that we've got. I don't know that I want them to be, you know, like this at all. You'd want them to be upright. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, though? I did fuck it up. It's 680 revs per hour, only 11.3 revs per minute. Oh, cool. If that's true, I might crank this son of a bitch up to 11 point. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it at around 10 then. A nice 10. I'm glad that you took the time to do the effort on that. We'll give her a nice 10 RPM, so it'll be a little bit lighter gravity than usual, you know. It's just for the janitorial staffs. When they're pushing things around... 680 RPM for 60 Gs, though. Okay, 60 Gs. Which would make it even easier for the janitorial crew because everything would be a puddle and you can just mop it up. You gotta stop it from rotating first or else you too will be a puddle. That would actually hit the antennas as they pass, so it would have to be higher than that if it was like this. I mean, the thing is, like, there's the part of me that's like, yeah, but you'd want it to, like, stand out in a way more. But then there's a part of me that's like, yeah, but this is how it would be. You know, like, you're not gonna. Like, that's the other part of this is, yeah, but you're not actually gonna do that, are you? And that being the case, like, I don't, this doesn't need to be docking ported. Not there, anyway. And with you there, I mean, you still just need that clearance. I like that it's a really tight clearance. I love barely clearing clearances. You're also showing me that all of this is off-center. Damn it. Damn it. Now I have to do something about it. I knew that because these parts don't... They start from one end and they don't have a center because they change in length and stuff. I just... As long as I didn't have to see that that was the case, and I didn't have to do anything about it, now they've made me see. That's not quite right. There you go. There's your nice sticking ball. I mean, comms and lighting. Comms and lighting. Comms and lighting. To any Twitch representative who is currently watching, comms and lighting. No, it truly is, because I didn't see that. It was after I put it there, then Jim's dirty fucking mind. Or maybe it was a cute shark. It was one of you two. I wasn't looking at it like that. So then another liquid fuel fuselage drained, and we have clearance for something to attach above it, and as long as it doesn't breach its own thing, then it can be tightly like that. I think I'm going with that. I think I'm going with that. No, it was me. Okay, it was a cute shot. You know, there's so many just sexual deviants in chat right now. It's hard to. And because you're just implicitly part of that, then you get moved around by it. So it's RCS. RCS ends up being the thing. The RCS. So that's solar, comms, probe, core, SAS, RCS, like a little bit of monoprop storage. It's all in there. When I detach you, we're down to just 3 tons on this section. I feel like we got these massive like solar panels. We know that like the amount of battery that I would need to get through the night and still be able to rotate this thing is immense. It is no small amount of electricity. So I think we need to, let me pull you back off, you know, and then give me the center of mass, just for shits and or giggles. And with the center of mass, take you off as well. And then we need to just douse this thing in batteries. When you get right down to it, it's all about the batteries. So, you, and still, biggest thing I got for batteries is this. So we just put a bunch of them on there. And if I have room to pull the center of mass up on this thing, when it's separate, then we won't get rid of you then. If you got the correct orientation, you do. Do that. Do that. So this is 3,000 currently. And we've almost pulled it up to like being perfectly center. And that's pretty friggin' perfectly center with the 4 of you. And then I put you back on. I'll tell you what though. What? I would, just because I'm me and this is how I do, and split those up into 2 banks. Yeah. Should put the little batteries with the little lights and the 3 spokes. Just for like greebling? Like, I'm not... There's already so many parts count that are going into a lot of like, once we attach the other part of it, the Kerbal lawn dart reloader, once that's in place, oof, on this. In fact, now that I think about it, the Kerbal lawn dart might need to be, like, it needs to be separate because that's something that we do need to reload when it's empty. And if I've got that between us and our fuel field, which was how I was thinking of it in our head, then I'd be detaching the entire fuel field every time that I had to, like, swap one out and put one in. So, like, the escape system might have to be down here on its own and then out here the fuel field. Or fuel field right there, and so it would be fuel field up here because this is dangerous shit. You don't want it like parked right next to everything that's going on. Yeah. So yeah, with the batteries, I don't I don't think so. I mean, it would be the bigger ones, though, pawn, is what you would do. And then you could do some merging. I've already taken up space in the interior there. Yeah, what the hell do you care? Okay, that's a good argument as well. I didn't think about that. It'd be nice to have little lights showing. But I was hoping that we could, like, put it in a way that we don't get the backing plate at all. See, you shouldn't have even, like, mentioned this, because now you got me, like, starting to think artistic design things. Would it look better in the other direction and shit like that? And that's, you just, this is your fault. This is what you've done to us. If I don't have that there... If I had you down here, and then what did I just grab? Oh, good. What? Oh, shit. Well, we've got it in previous builds. I can pull it back. Yeah. Oh, but I updated it. Just with the little antenna thing. God damn this fucking game. It wasn't even on screen and I somehow fucking grabbed it and ripped it off. Oh, well, it's because it was floating as a ghost. Son of a bitch. If I just go back, how far back? Like, we were fucking around with batteries, we had that off, we started putting this back on, there was that. Like, I only pulled that off when we started fucking with batteries because I wanted to see the center of mass. So if I go back to here, as far back as I can go and we lose everything else that we've built. Motherfucker. Alright, then you're here, and then I'm gonna have to, like, open, don't save. The ring Mark 5 merge. And then what is your attachment point? It's something. Somewhere. I get snapped to something there for a moment. Okay, so if I did like that, would you snap to something in there? No. Other way? Pull you off. Grab you, throw you away. Put you back on. And that was before I adjusted the dick and balls? Or not? Ooh. Well, now that we've got those extra batteries in place, I can draw you down to... Yeah, I hadn't adjusted this yet. Fuck. I gotta play with my dick and balls again. Just hang on. Just, you know, we all gotta do it. Or else we go crazy. Hell, you could just grab this one and have that grundle be that much tighter. No. Nah. Like that. Yeah. I like the smooth line. Yeah, that's much nicer. Alright, that's in place. Where we are right now. We're really close to having the height that I don't need that. Put you there. You have precisely the clearance that if something else attached there and did not break its own line, then we'd be fine. And there is that just moments worth of clearance between that and that, so yeah. That said, it's bad. What's bad? What is bad about that? Well, because if there's a little wobble or something, or strain or something, then it'll be breaking off the antennas. In theory only. Don't worry about it. We'll just presume that your design is perfect and that nothing would ever go wrong and give it no clearance whatsoever because it's cool in concept. All right, we're back to this. Hit the save button on the Mark V. Maybe I go up to the Mark VI just in case. And then we've got these 4,000 batteries plus whatever else is on the ship plus whatever else is out here. You know, it adds up to over 5,000, maybe approaching 6 grand. If we put 3 more of these on, then something profit. But I would want, I was looking at you guys being there and then being merged on this angle. Because the angle merge just might be the coolest looking look that we could look out of this. What if you were like all up in this business down here? But I'd like to see those little dots. Yeah, I hate it. Why did you get me even thinking about that? Damn it, stop it. Stop it. It's clean, it's simple, it's not overcomplicated, we don't need to greeble this. Mark VI, save. So, what kind of power generation are we actually coming up with off of these? 24.4 per second. So we've got 70, let's just say it's 75. Round up a bit. Oh, I've just recalled. We added a probe core. Yeah, that's you. Hibernate and warp, auto. Thank you. And even if you're in here, you should look the coolest you can. Okay. So 75.5, and then in order to operate these guys, because we're doing a 10 RPM, I mean, maybe we can divide by its maximum, but let's just get an idea or find out if the game even gives us an idea of what kind of power draw these things would usually have. Mass tolerance, max temp pressure. Electric charge, 5.6 per second, drains evenly across vessel per priority. 5.6, that's nothing. So we'll be just overkill with this. And hopefully the 4,000 will be enough to get us through a night to keep rotating both of those. I think we're built to a reasonable size here. It's the Ring Mark VI. So again, walking through it, we've got comms, relay, we got a little bit of comms here too, you know, it's just there for image kind of thing. Comms, we got the people places, this guy can move himself, he's got RCS there and there, which should allow us to like translate the whole vessel itself. Although translation will be difficult because it will be 3-sided on this, and then you'll be controlling from a certain angle in there, and this will be wrapped at a certain angle there. It'd be so much better if this were like there, but it's not gonna be. It's not. Just don't get that wrong thought out of your head right fucking now. It's gonna be where it's gonna be, where I've put it. Yeah. So comms, electric generation, electric storage, probe is in there, SAS is in there, weak SAS, but you know, some SAS, lots of monoprop. You need your own monoprop like movement system. That's what you lack right now. You've got 20 monoprop tucked away in there. So again, pulling you off, setting you aside, and then when you're moving this on its own pawn, yes, it's going to be you know, like the weight is going to be from here. But once you've got them all attached, the weight is going to be pretty friggin' right down there, you know, just from the weight of these being where they are. It's going to be pulled right down there. Yeah, so I guess just eyeball it is what you're saying. I think I'm saying just fucking eyeball it. Unless we had, and we don't, right? We don't have anything that would be like an open platform that we could tuck a thing in that gives me left, right, up, down. No. Don't complicate it. Whenever I come to the RCS stuff, I'm always trying to like find a, you know, how can I do this with less thruster blocks? And it's just too much brain bacon. We got bacon? Brain baking shit. 3 of them like that would not be great. That's not necessarily what we want to do. Like, it gives us, well, left, right, and then with this, and then the other thing. I mean, because it should be that, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Stop saying that. 3-sided monoprop symmetry. You know what I'd like to do? Hide them under the spoke hinges. Like, have them... They gotta have the right angle and stuff, and... shit. What was I gonna do? Oh, as a little distraction here. Utility. 1, please. And then for service, the Kerbals have somewhere to hook up when they're fucking with the battery panels. You on this side are way more with the, and then you could be a lot lower is what I'm saying. Why select everything? Actually, you're dead center. That's pretty dead center on the rungs. Let's have the rungs pretty dead center. That's fine. And then for you, same thing. You're not actually on axis. I guess that's why I had them up a little bit, is because of the... Don't worry about it. Just put it where it goes, okay? Alright. Gives it depth, character. So then imagine that I took this, took it off, grabbed you, and then rotated you ever so slightly. So that you were actually facing where you should be facing. You're almost there. Hard to see. And then put you back on. And then we've got the kind of symmetry we're looking for. Nice. Nice. But it was RCS before you get distracted with that. I called it out though, I said, just as a distraction. Like we could have 2 instead of 3, and it would be easier to deal. And they could be up here because there's nothing up here. But then that means that these are, you know, off-center for the rest of the craft whenever we try to translate or move or something like that later. Would they provide... Wouldn't really even provide good rotation or anything like that with the orientation that I'm planning on giving them. Ooh, but if they were on here, and we treated one of the angles, there would still be 3 of them, right? They would be the 5-horn. Maybe even the foghorn or the leghorn. But if they were on here... one on each of these things. And then we treated the one direction that we don't have GUI in as our retrograde when we're trying to position or make maneuvers or something like that. Then we'd end up with nice like translation, and we'd end up with like a axis of rotational velocity where we can force down. We've got that over there. Like when the thing's assembled. Because I can set these to be 90 degrees off, and then that would make the down bit go the up bit. Then you're relying on this game to be able to like do that and figure out, oh, well, these are in this position now, so then this should be forward. And I don't know about a Kerbal space program if you really do that. Do you do that? I don't know if you really do that. I think one way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. I think one way or another, it's, this would be fine. Like, this isn't even that big of a deal when we try and move everything. Try and move everything around. What's your weight currently? 3.3 tons. Like, I'm tempted to do, like, 6 of them and then have them be the small guys, even. You know, why not? And then you'd have one up here, one down there on each of them. It's part count and everything. But just imagine. Snap. Both sides. And then absolute translation. Yep. And then merge you back down. And make you the 5-horn. So they're all 5 horns now. My question would be, at this point, if I were to take you away, and take you away, and take you away, and then put you back and try and go into a snapping, it won't happen. Damn it. We said we're just going to deal with this. We're just going to deal with it. The fact that it's not snapped anymore, because if I change the heights and how they're attached and stuff, it's going to... Wait, I just did, didn't I? Like, those were merged into a very specific place. Yep, you just did. Alright, so I got to do it anyway. We have a general idea of where it needs to be. Let's just remake it, but this time we'll do it the way that we wanted it from the beginning. Somewhere in there, and then you which one, just so that I know. I do like that, and I grab you off, throw you away, grab you off, throw you away, and this can all be back together as one. You pretty friggin' flat against it when you're not deployed. Just enough. Just enough air there to believe that it can move freely when we start moving it. There you go. There's that. You guys still look nicely centered to it. Okay, and then I grab you, put you on, and now we got a ring, people. Ring Mark 7. Save that. What's the ring? Cock ring for the Kraken. Oh. The ring is, and I do have to like now do the whole deployment thing here. Because we have to make sure that we still line up and make any adjustments that need to be made. Not the crew cabin, not the radial attachment point. There you go. The alligator hinge, target angle 30. Target angle 30. Target angle 30. And then these angles will be another little touch there. Let's merge into this final bit. Grab you. Target angle 15. I was gonna make this so that we didn't have two of them, wasn't I? And I was like, fuck it. Target angle 15. So you guys are no longer close enough to actually close, which can't be right. I believe if I grab there, apparently I have done, but I can't see it. Up, up, up. There we go. Okay, don't just move the camera for no reason, though. Like a little bit of gap is fine. It'll pull itself together via the magnets. But we want to have the spacing correct. Okay. 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 So there's the ring. I think she's functional. And then everything else that goes on to her is a platform. Like, we've done everything. She's got RCS. We can move this bit around before it's attached to the rest of those bits. It collapses to be packed up underneath a fairing nicely. It's got electricity. It's got generation. It's got probe control. It's got all of the things that it needs to got. Which means what it finally needs is more lights. More lights. Yes. If I were to have, like, 3 lights... There are 4 lights! There are 3... How many lights are there supposed to be, Goldicott? Damn it. Fucking... Whatever you're saying, it's the other way. Motherfucker. You. And then... Where to have you like that. Can't really see what I'm doing right now. The part's so small, and it just keeps making all kind of flashies. Lots of flashies going on here. And I was hoping for like a snap point that would work. That looks like that'll work, because then I can do that equally on both sides, and it doesn't look too fucked up. You won't even notice it, especially once I make it blend in. I'm a fucking genius. So, blink period of 2, red, lights on. Blink on. You think that's a good idea? And then we do it on both sides, so that there ends up being six of these little indicator lights. Where are you? You're right up underneath the shit. Why you know do what it do on the other side? Dough, bro. You're like that, then you should be like that. Oh, I'm not on an absolute there. That'll be maybe why. Let's just make sure that this is... And that was on an absolute, which it really wasn't. Pull you back. Tuck you in there. That looks cool. I mean, it's barely visible. But I'm going to say it looks cool. Because I can if I want to. I can leave your friends behind. Your friends don't dance. And these bitches ain't friends of mine. Why though? Why you do different things on each side, man? You don't. Do you? It's slightly different. I think the models just are a little asymmetrical or something like that. It's fine though. I can live with it. Can you live with it? I'm gonna try and live with it. You know what you could do? What? Is if you hit an absolute snap there, right there, then you should all be on like the same absolute snapping system, unless you're not on the same damn part, which is also possible. Yeah, sometimes even the absolute snapping just can't save it. I'm surprised by how good and spacey nautical this looks, actually. It's like realistic DS9. Oh, thank you. What the fuck are you even? This seems like something that would exist in real life. Sorry. Sorry, we'll get back to this crazy fucking external Kerbal re-entry systems soon. This bothers the fuck out of me, though. I'm just gonna have to eyeball these into place, cause fuck it. Fuck it. Fuckity, fucking fuck. Weird. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. Lady Pawn in another room is just hearing me yell, "Let me touch it," and yes, that's better. That's much better. Okay, and you've still got clearance, but just barely for these antennae. Brilliant, brilliant. Loving it. So yeah. There you go. And apparently we even got the rotation correct to be about 10 RPM in order to give us just under one Earth gravity, 1 G. That's brilliant. That's beautiful. I love it. She knew what she was signing up for. This is a cute show. And still like just the perfect level of clearance to be able to attach another platform of something off that side. Nice, small, tight, and fucking beautiful. Beautiful as hell. Yeah. So, in order to have all of the lights on, like in sequence, we need to turn them off, and then we turn them on, you know, once we're in the fucking scene. But that means I actually have to be able to touch it. Just let me touch it! I have to be able to... There it is. Lights off. Where do you like to be touched? Ah! There you go. Lights off. And then y'all. Lights off. Lights off. Let me turn it on. We'll have all the things. We'll do the things and the things. Do you feel like we should cast... I don't think we should cast light in at it. Or really out at it, you know? I think about that because, oh, but it would look so much cooler if, and that kind of stuff. But you get to this... You get to the idea of if I'm casting light out at it, that's just going to be getting in people's eyes. Nobody's going to like that. It's rotating around lights that blink in and out. So, as I'm saying that, though, I am thinking we could do some light strips on the interior, on what is their roof, and then it only shines in. Oh, baby. What I would like then is to do this while the thing is flat. I mean, but you won't get to see it though. Yeah, but for the attachment, for the sake of attachment, it needs to be flat. You're the two that don't really need to be fucked with right here. You bring me back to 0. Nope. Bring me back to 0. Bring me back to 0. So those are thing. So light strip. Like that. I don't like how far away I have to be in order to see. And then we turn you on. Now you're just white. If we were to do something a little crazier. We don't want it to be red. I mean, white might be the right thing just to give it, you know, something. Well, it's neat to have, you know, the light bar have a color to it. But, I don't know. Give it just a nice spacey color, like, you know, a blue leaning into purple. That's what space is, isn't it? Figured out who Lady Pawn is in chat, and it's apparently it's a guy called Pawn. Been dating Pawn, and I live in his house. It's true. Okay, so this is the latest fan fiction. Understood. I'm not committed to anything yet. Absolute. And then pull you back out. You're visible but not standing off. Yeah, this is what I like the space plane hanger for. Being able to translate the camera all by myself, like I'm a big boy. And then we can make the housing for it blend in or stand out. I think I'll go with that, the gray. The steel, I think is probably what that's metal, yeah. Let's try and get you guys both having a lip, though. There you go. So I'm not committed to that being like the color, and maybe this should just be white. I think we shouldn't get crazy on the thing. I think it's too nice of a design already to start making it silly. You know, we've got the reds being thrown about. I'll tell you what I might do, though, is I might reduce it to maybe half. On an F to 0 system, what's the middle? Yeah, 6 letters and then 10 numbers, 16, so it's 8, right? So if it were 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8 on hex, then that just reduces the intensity of the light by half of it. Do you do 888? You do. Hey, see, there's little touches in Kerbal. If they would have applied them to the rest of the game. There's little touches of just, you know, how hex code is. That's probably a system they borrowed from somebody else. You don't gotta shit on them. And that's just to, you know, light things up a little bit on the interior. Throw a little bit of niceness in there. Let's close it back up and see how it looks. Because it's looking so, we're pretty much done here, I think. Target angle of 30. Target angle of 30. Target angle of 30. You know, I'm thinking actually just one. Because then the light will be in the middle of each one of these. When it's, you know, in the middle of each Y. When it's finally deployed. And, And hopefully will not be so bright as... I'm going to at least turn these back on just to see. Lights on. As to make our reds disappear. It certainly doesn't there. But I might turn them down even more. Just a subtle, like, and then it's got some of its own brightness and you can see, but you're not blinding anybody. Like when the lights are off, lights are on. No, I think that's the right amount for space. Am I crazy? I could go to a 6. I could talk myself into a 6. Hashtag 666. The mark of the beast. And just doing it once should have done it for all of them, right? Lights off, lights on, lights off, lights on. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's our number. So, lights off there. Lights off here.